Yar Ushraf, the Council for Trade and Economic Affairs of Israel in Bangalore. So he represents the Israel Trade Consulate for India. And also we have Mr. Anuj Prasin, the Trade and Investment Commissioner for Algeria, the High Commissioner of Canada from New Delhi also. Now I request Mr. Gopinath Koneti Garu, the Partner and Senior Advisor for Food and Agriculture, KPMG India. Thank you.
Shubhodayam, dignitaries on the dais, Shri Rangay Garu, Shri Venkateshwara Garu, Shri Raju Reddy Garu, Rambabu Garu ఇంకా రావాలి. ఆఫ్ డయాస్ ఇక్కడికి వచ్చిన అందరు గెస్ట్ అందరికీ నమస్కారం, గుడ్ మార్నింగ్. Sessions like this where there are some speakers here, there are some audience here. The idea of such kind of workshops or conferences is not that it has to be a monologue. It's not that we have the knowledge here and you are the listeners and then we are showering wisdom on you. It's not like that. Conferences like this are meant to be a dialogue. We both need to interact. Wisdom and knowledge comes from interaction. So the purpose is today, thanks to ASSOCHAM and the organizers, they have kept a lot of good speakers and good audience, so that the purpose of these conferences is each one of you should take a target of at least meeting 10 new persons, interact, understand what each other are doing. That's how knowledge will flourish, that's how wisdom will spread. Okay, that's Gyan. Now coming to the subject, I am Gopinath. I am a partner for food and agriculture in KPMG. I am a passionate person who works in food and agriculture sector. By nature, I come from a farming family. Luckily, I have also studied agriculture. Luckily, I am also working in agriculture. God bless all of us. Now, whenever we speak about, let's say, the strengths of India, there are certain attributes of India that we need to keep it in mind. These are very basic things. Most of you might be already knowing. There are many more learned people in the audience, but for the discussion purpose, I'll repeat again. We are a tropical country. What does it mean? We are a country with very varied temperature, weather patterns. In fact, we are one of the few countries, or maybe one of the only country in the world, which has 127 agroclimatic zones. That means we have a very varied climate for every 50 kilometers or 100 kilometers. That gives the diversity for our production, for our consumption. That's why everybody says the popular saying, you discover a new India for every 100 kilometers, because our habits, our production systems, these things, they change across India. That is one. And second, we are one of the very few countries bestowed with growing more than 2 seasons. In fact, there are many districts in India which produce happily 3 crops a year. So that's again in the biggest strength. So third point is, we are one of the largest consumption society. Now the latest tamasha that is happening on tariffs, etc., we need not worry, because as long as there are some sectors which will get impacted in the short to medium term, but as long as we are one of the largest consumption society of everything, we need not fear of any external pressures on us. That's the might of India. Then fourth, compared to, let's say, when I was studying agriculture 25 years back, almost 30 years back, the support available for agriculture, I mean the entire value chain of agriculture, there are farmers. If you look at the stakeholders, there are farmers, some middlemen, some processors, some retailers, wholesalers, exporters. So this is the entire spectrum of agri value chain. The kind of support available from state and central governments and from even private agencies was not so much in the past. But today the situation is very, very supportive. Many of you might be knowing the kind of startup ecosystem we have, the kind of funding we have on majority of the technology-based agri-tech startups, etc. The environment is much more conducive. It's only that if you sit at home, things come knocking your door. They don't come knocking your door and then give you something on platter. So for the right mindset, India has very good opportunities today. We have, as I said, there are many learned people today in this room. If we interact more, there can be many more opportunities that can come. in terms of consumption, in terms of how we produce crops, etc. Everything is changing. Since we have the whole day here, we need to interact more, but I leave with one thought. India has been a country which has focused its entire agricultural strategies based on production. This is one of the important things for all of us to consume. It's not that I am saying because I am an expert like that, but I am just saying that we have formulated all our policies, strategies based upon production of crops. Now we need to change that slightly to consumption linked production. So if governments and private agencies, entrepreneurs, everybody starts looking from consumption point of view, probably there will be a change and better economic returns for the producing stakeholders who are majorly farmers. So look at how rural areas and urban markets and rural markets and urban markets are consuming various things and try to produce them. That is what is now, and our strategies also need to be linked to consumption related and not, because as you know, our state Telangana was not so much producing in terms of rice. Today we have abundance of rice production, but is that required, or could we have diverted some of that production into slightly maybe other better crops, better remunerative crops, etc. So this is something, a thought that I leave you with, but we are all available for interaction, and I would like to meet a lot of new faces. I will also take a target of meeting at least 10 new persons. Thank you, and look forward.
Thank you, sir. As always, knowledgeable and short and crisp, sir. Now we request Mr. Venkateshwara Garu. Venkateshwara Garu is a Padma Shri Award winner and is also editor for Raitu Nestam, founder and chairman of Raitu Nestam Foundation, a farmer-friendly and very reachable to everyone and developing the organic farming. And he has a very vast expertise and also well connected with the rural farmers. Thank you.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. ఈనాటి కార్యక్రమానికి ఇచ్చేసిన డాక్టర్ రంగయ్య గారికి, అలాగే వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ డాక్టర్ రాజిరెడ్డి గారికి, అలాగే మిస్టర్ గోపీనాథ్ కోనేటి గారికి, మిస్టర్ రాంబాబు బూర్గు గారికి, అలాగే అసోచాం కార్యక్రమాలు నిర్వహిస్తున్న దినేష్ గారికి, వేదిక ముందున్న శాస్త్రవేత్తలకు, అధికారులకు, అలాగే రైతులకు, ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్స్కి అందరికీ కూడా నా నమస్కారాలు. ఇక్కడికి అంటే చాలామంది ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్స్ వచ్చి ఉంటారు, ఎందుకంటే ఇది ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ సంబంధించి కాబట్టి ఎలాంటి ఆపర్చునిటీస్ ఉన్నాయి, అలాగే వాటిని ఎలా బిజినెస్ మోడల్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, లేదంటే మన క్లైమేట్ కండిషన్స్ ఎలా ఉన్నాయి అనేవి చాలామంది వచ్చి ఉండొచ్చు. దీంట్లో కొంతమంది రైతులు కూడా ఉన్నారనుకుంటున్నాను. అది ముఖ్యంగా ఈరోజు తెలంగాణలో ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ ఏ విధంగా రైతులకు అందించాలి, ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ యూనిట్స్ కానీ, లేదంటే ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్లో అంటే రైతులు పండించిన ఉత్పత్తులకి ఏ విధంగా మార్కెటింగ్ కల్పించాలి, ఏ విధంగా వాటిని ప్రాసెస్ చేసి అమ్ముకోవాలి, డబుల్ ఇన్కమ్ ఎలా చేయాలనేది ప్రభుత్వం ఆలోచన, అలాగే అసోచాం వారి ఆలోచన కూడా అదే ఉంది. రైతులు ఈరోజు తను పండించిన పంటతోనే డబుల్ ఇన్కమ్ అవుతుందా అనేది ప్రశ్న. అంటే ప్రధానమంత్రి గారు ఎప్పుడు కూడా డబుల్ ఇన్కమ్ చేయాలి, డబుల్ ఇన్కమ్ అని అంటుంటారు, కానీ అది ఆచరణలో అనేది ప్రశ్న. అంటే ప్రధానమంత్రి గారు ఎప్పుడు కూడా డబుల్ ఇన్కమ్ చేయాలి, డబుల్ ఇన్కమ్ అని అంటుంటారు, కానీ అది ఆచరణలో లేదంటే సమ్మర్లో మనకి వర్షాలు పడడం, ఇప్పుడు వర్షాలు పడలేవు. ఇలాంటి పరిస్థితుల్లో రైతు తను రిలేషన్ చేసుకుంటేనే తను బతకడానికి అవకాశం ఉంది. కాబట్టి మేము గత 10 సంవత్సరాలుగా రైతు నేస్తం ఫౌండేషన్ ద్వారా వాల్యుయేషన్స్ ఎలా చేసుకోవాలి, ఒక రైతు మిల్లెట్స్ కావచ్చు, లేదంటే వేరుశనగ కావచ్చు, వాటిని ఏ విధంగా ప్రాసెసింగ్ చేసుకొని ఇన్కమ్ వస్తుందని మేము ఎక్కువగా రైతు నేస్తం ఫౌండేషన్ ద్వారా ఆర్గానిక్ ఫార్మింగ్ మీద, అలాగే టెర్రస్ గార్డెన్ మీద, మిల్లెట్స్ మీద, ఈ మూటి మీద దాదాపు 2016 నుంచి ఇప్పటి వరకు దాదాపు 550 ట్రైనింగ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ కండక్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. కొన్ని కోట్ల మందికి మా ద్వారా ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ పాస్ చేయడం జరిగింది. మా రైతు నేస్తం యూట్యూబ్ ఛానల్ ద్వారా దాదాపు 13 lakhs సబ్స్క్రైబర్స్ కూడా ఉన్నారు యూట్యూబ్ ఛానల్లో. వాల్యుయేషన్స్ అనేది ఈరోజు ఆర్గానిక్ ఫార్మింగ్లు కావచ్చు, మామూలుగా కెమికల్ ఫార్మింగ్లు కావచ్చు, పండించిన రైస్ని చిన్న దాదాపు 50,000 రూపాయల మిషన్తోనే తను ఒక 5 ఎకరాల రైతు ప్రాసెసింగ్ చేసి అమ్ముకోవచ్చు. దాదాపు 50 రూపాయలు అమ్ముకుంటే దాదాపు 70 నుంచి 80 రూపీస్ వరకు బయట ప్రాసెస్ చేసి అమ్ముకోవచ్చు. పెద్ద కష్టం కాదు. అలాగే వేరుశనగ పండిస్తే మీకు 100 kgsకి విత్తనాలు తీస్తే దాదాపు 70% వస్తాయి. 70% అంటే ఈరోజు కేజీ 65 రూపాయలు కాయలు అమ్మినట్లయితే 70% వస్తే మీకు 100 kgsకి విత్తనాలు తీస్తే దాదాపు 70% వస్తాయి. 70% అంటే ఈరోజు కేజీ 65 రూపాయలు కాయలు అమ్మినట్లయితే 70% వచ్చి అమ్మితే కనుక దాదాపు 10,000 అబవ్ వస్తుంది. కానీ కాయలు అమ్మితే 6,500 అవుతుంది. దాదాపు 50 తీసి అమ్మితే దాదాపు ఇంకొక 50% వచ్చే అవకాశం ఉంది. అంటే ఆయిల్ దాదాపు 40% వస్తుంది. అంటే 70% విత్తనాల్లోంచి 40% అంటే దాదాపు 30 లీటర్స్ ఆయిల్ వస్తుంది. 30 లీటర్స్ ఆయిల్ అమ్మితే దాదాపు 12,000 అవుతుంది. దానితో మళ్ళా పిప్పి కానీ వేస్టేజ్ అమ్మితే అనదర్ 2,000 రూపీస్ వస్తుంది. దాదాపు 14,000-15,000 వచ్చే అవకాశం ఉంది రైతుకి. అంటే మనం 100 kgs అమ్మితే ఆయిల్ తీసేటప్పటికి డబుల్ ఇన్కమ్ వచ్చే అవకాశం ఉంది. అట్లా రైతుని మోటివేట్ చేయాలి, రైతులను కూడా ఎంకరేజ్ చేయాలి. ఎందుకంటే దానికి కావాల్సిన ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ కావచ్చు, ప్రాసెసింగ్ మిషనరీస్ కావచ్చు, వాటిని కనుక ప్రభుత్వం సపోర్ట్ చేయగలిగితే కనుక వాళ్ళకి ఇలాంటి మిషనరీస్ వచ్చే అవకాశం ఉంది. అలాగే మిల్లెట్స్ పండిస్తే మిల్లెట్స్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ ఈరోజు చాలామందికి మిల్లెట్స్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ ఎలా చేయలేదు. ఎందుకంటే మన రైస్ మిల్ లాగా మనం రైస్ని ప్రాసెస్ చేసినట్లు మిల్లెట్స్ని స్పెషల్గా మిషనరీస్ కావాలి. ఈరోజు మనకి హైదరాబాద్లోనే హబ్ ఉంది, మిల్లెట్ హబ్. కానీ ఈరోజు ఎంతమందికి దాదాపు 2 years అయిపోయింది మనకి మిల్లెట్ హబ్ తీరుగా ప్రకటించి. అయినప్పటికీ ఇంకెక్కడ జిల్లాల్లో కూడా ప్రాసెసింగ్ యూనిట్ లేవు. మనం కూడా వారి మీద ఒత్తిడి తెచ్చి జిల్లాకు ఒక ప్రాసెసింగ్ యూనిట్ కనుక మిల్లెట్స్ కనుక ఉంటే దాని ద్వారా మిల్లెట్స్ పండిస్తారు. ఈరోజు అందరూ కూడా రైస్ కానీ గోధుమలు కానీ తింటలేదు. క్రమంగా ఫ్రూట్స్ వైపు వెళ్తున్నారు, అలాగే మిల్లెట్స్ వైపు వెళ్తున్నారు, డిఫరెంట్ ఫుడ్ తీసుకుంటున్నారు. అందువల్ల ప్రాసెసింగ్ అనేది హైదరాబాదులో ఎక్కువగా చేయాలి. కాబట్టి వెజిటబుల్స్ కావచ్చు, ఎందుకంటే వెజిటబుల్స్ కూడా ఈరోజు చాలామంది పారేస్తున్నారు, అంటే పారబోస్తున్నారు రేట్లు లేక. లేదంటే ఈరోజు టమాటా పండిస్తే దాన్ని మళ్ళీ సాగు చేసి అమ్ముకోవచ్చు. చిన్న మిషనరీ దాదాపు 25,000-50,000 మిషనరీస్ కనుక తీసుకుంటే కనుక రైతు గెట్ అవుతాడు. వాళ్ళకు కూడా మేము రైతులకి ఏం చెప్తామంటే, మీ దగ్గర ఇన్కమ్ అంటే పెట్టుబడి లేకపోయినట్టయితే ఫార్మర్స్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ ఏర్పాటు చేసుకోమని చెప్తున్నాం. ఎందుకంటే FPO ద్వారా అయితే కనుక మనకి సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఫండ్ ఇస్తుంది, వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సిన ఆఫీస్కి కావాల్సిన ఫండ్ ఇస్తుంది, అలాగే CEO శాలరీ ఇస్తుంది. కాబట్టి దాని ద్వారా ఇన్పుట్స్ ఏదైతే ఉన్నాయో మిషనరీస్ కావచ్చు, లేదంటే మనకి ఇన్పుట్స్ కావచ్చు, బ్యాంక్ నుంచి లోన్ తీసుకోవడానికి కూడా ఫస్ట్ ప్రిఫరెన్స్ FPOలకి ఇస్తుంది. కాబట్టి FPO ద్వారా ఈ ప్రాసెసింగ్ మిషన్ కనుక అరేంజ్ చేసుకుంటే ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ చేసుకొని డబుల్ ఇన్కమ్ తీసుకోవడానికి మంచి అవకాశాలు ఉన్నాయి. ఈరోజు సబ్జీ కూలర్స్ వచ్చినాయి. ఈరోజు ఫ్రూట్స్ కూడా మనం 1 week వరకు స్టోర్ చేసుకోవడానికి దాదాపు 30,000-40,000లోనే మనకి మిషనరీస్ వచ్చినాయి. అట్లా వాటి ద్వారా కూడా మనకి రైతులకి సపోర్ట్ చేయడానికి అవకాశం ఉంది. అందువల్ల హార్టికల్చర్ యూనివర్సిటీ ఈరోజు మనకి తెలంగాణలో ఎక్కువగా హార్టికల్చర్ క్రాప్స్ ఎక్కువగా వేస్తాం. కాబట్టి మ్యాంగో కావచ్చు, లేదంటే బత్తాయి కావచ్చు, ఇవన్నిటి మీద ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ యూనిట్స్ కనుక మనం ఏర్పాటు చేయగలిగితే, అసలు రీసెర్చ్ సెంటరే మన దగ్గర లేదు నిజం చెప్పాలంటే. హార్టికల్చర్ యూనివర్సిటీ కూడా ఒక మంచి రీసెర్చ్ సెంటర్ కావచ్చు, లేదంటే ఒక ఇంజనీరింగ్ కాలేజ్ కావచ్చు, మిషనరీకి సంబంధించిన ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెస్ సంబంధించిన యూనిట్ కనుక మనం నెలకొల్పగలిగితే మనకి ఇంకా రైతులకి బెనిఫిట్ అవుతుంది. మనకి చుట్టుపక్కల దాదాపు ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళినా మనకి రవాణా సౌకర్యం ఉంది. ఈరోజు హైదరాబాద్ చుట్టుపక్కల దాదాపు 200 కిలోమీటర్లు ఎక్కడి నుంచైనా ఫార్మర్ రావడానికి వెళ్ళడానికి కూడా అవకాశాలు ఉన్నాయి. ఈరోజు రైతు కూడా గ్రామాల్లో ప్రాసెసింగ్ యూనిట్స్ కనుక ఏర్పాటు చేసుకుంటేనే, గ్రామాల్లో రైతులు పండించిన పంటని అక్కడే ప్రాసెసింగ్ చేసి అమ్ముకుంటే మనకి ఈరోజు పట్టణాల నుంచి గ్రామాలకు వస్తాయి, గ్రామాల నుంచి పట్టణాలకి డబ్బులు వెళ్ళాల్సిన పని లేదు. పట్టణాల నుంచి గ్రామాలకు పైసలు వెళ్తేనే రైతులకి మంచి బెనిఫిట్ ఉంటుంది. ఎందుకంటే అందరూ కూడా ఈరోజు ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళినా రవాణా సౌకర్యం కాబట్టి ఎక్కడి నుంచే తెప్పించుకుంటారు. ఈరోజు రైతు పండించిన డైరెక్ట్గా రైతు దగ్గర నుంచే మీరు తీసుకోవడానికి అవకాశాలు ఉన్నాయి. కాబట్టి రైతుని ఆ విధంగా మోటివేట్ చేయగలిగితే, మీరందరూ కూడా చాలామంది ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్ కావచ్చు, అయినప్పటికీ రైతులు కోట్ల మంది రైతులు ఉంటారు. కాబట్టి వాళ్ళ ద్వారా ప్రొడక్ట్స్ని నేరుగా వినియోగదారులు కనుక తీసుకుంటే మంచి ప్రోడక్ట్ లభిస్తుందనే ఆలోచన ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి అందరూ ప్రతి ఒక్కరు కూడా మీ వంతు మీరు బిజినెస్ చేసుకున్నా కానీ ఇండైరెక్ట్ నేను కూడా ఒక రకంగా న్యాచురల్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్తో పేరుతోటి ఒక 4-5 షాపులు నిర్వహిస్తున్నా. అయినప్పటికీ నేను రైతులను మోటివేట్ చేసేది ఎందుకంటే ఇన్కమ్ ఎలా పెరుగుద్ది, ఎలా వాళ్ళకి గెటన్ అవ్వాలి. ఈరోజు ఒక చిన్న ఫ్యామిలీ 5 ఎకరాల ఫ్యామిలీ రైతు సస్టైన్ అవ్వాలంటే అంత ఈజీ కాదు, చాలా కష్టపడాల్సి వస్తుంది. ఈరోజు వానానక ఎండనక అతను ఎంత కష్టపడ్డా కానీ అంత ఇన్కమ్ రావట్లేదు. ఎందుకంటే ఒకవైపు ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సిస్టమ్ కావచ్చు, లేదంటే ఒక హాస్పిటల్ సిస్టమ్ కావచ్చు, వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సిన సౌకర్యాలు అందుబాటులో లేవు కాబట్టి ఖర్చులు ఎక్కువ పెట్టాల్సి వస్తుంది. అందువల్ల వారిని దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకొని మీరందరూ కూడా రైతులకు ఈ విధంగా కృషి చేయాలని చెప్పి నేను కోరుకుంటున్నాను. అలాగే మేము రైతు నేస్తం ద్వారా ప్రతి సంవత్సరం కూడా అవార్డులు ఇచ్చి వాళ్ళని ప్రోత్సహిస్తున్నాం రైతులకి. అలాగే ఎవరైతే ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్స్ ఉన్నారో, ఎవరైతే ఇన్నోవేటర్స్ ఉన్నారో వారిని కూడా ఎంకరేజ్ చేస్తున్నాం. ఇప్పుడు ఇక్కడికి చాలామంది ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ యూనిట్లో వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళు కూడా ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్లో మనకి ఈరోజు హైదరాబాద్లో ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ చాలా ఉన్నాయి ఉండడానికి, కానీ రైతులకి ఎంతమంది అందుబాటులోకి వచ్చినాయి కూడా ఆలోచించాలి. వారికి అవేర్నెస్ కల్పించాలి. ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్లో ట్రైనింగ్లు కండక్ట్ చేయాలి. ఎందుకంటే ఈరోజు ప్రాసెసింగ్ చాలా ఈజీ, కానీ వాళ్ళు మిషనరీ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి వాళ్ళు ప్రత్యేకంగా చూడడానికి ఎవరిని అనుమతించరు. అందువలన ప్రభుత్వమే వాటిని కనుక ట్రైనింగ్ సెంటర్స్ ఏర్పాటు చేసి ప్రాసెసింగ్ యూనిట్లు కొన్ని అంత పెద్ద ఖర్చు కాదు, అంత కలిపి 10 lakhsలో పెడితే కనుక దాదాపు 30-40 యూనిట్స్ వచ్చే అవకాశం ఉంది. ఫ్లోర్ మిల్ కూడా చాలామంది తెలియదు, దాదాపు 10-30 వేల రూపాయల్లోనే మనకి వస్తుంది. దాదాపు 40,000 పెట్టుకుంటే మనకు రైస్ చిన్న మినీ రైస్ మిల్ వస్తుంది. అలాగే మిల్లెట్స్ 1 lakhలోనే మనకు మిల్లెట్స్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. అంటే చాలామంది తెలియని విషయాలు రైతులకి మనకందరూ తెలియజేయాలి. ప్రభుత్వం ద్వారా ASSOCHAM కూడా దాన్ని కనుక ముందుగా తీసుకుంటే మేము కూడా అవేర్నెస్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ జిల్లాల్లో ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ మీద అవేర్నెస్ చేయడానికి మేము కూడా మీ తోడుంటామని చెప్పి నేను తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. అలాగే ప్రభుత్వం కూడా స్పందించి ప్రతి జిల్లాలో ఒక ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ యూనిట్, అలాగే దానికి కావాల్సిన మిషనరీస్ అన్నిటి కూడా ట్రైనింగ్ ఇవ్వడం, అక్కడే రైతులు పండించిన ఉత్పత్తులను కనుక తీసుకొచ్చి అక్కడే ప్రాసెసింగ్ చేసుకునే అవకాశం కూడా కల్పించాలి. ఎందుకంటే అందరూ కూడా ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ యూనిట్లు తీసుకోలేరు కాబట్టి అక్కడ ఒక మేజర్గా ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ యూనిట్ ఒక క్లస్టర్ లాగా ఏర్పాటు చేసి కనుక చేసుకున్నట్లయితే అన్నీ ఒకసారి ఉంటే రైతులు అక్కడికి వస్తారు, ట్రైనింగ్ తీసుకుంటారు, వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సిన ప్రాసెసింగ్ చేసుకుంటారు, వాళ్ళు వెళ్ళి మళ్ళీ ట్రైనింగ్ అయ్యి వాళ్ళు మిషనరీ కొనుక్కుంటారు, వాళ్ళు వినియోగదారులకు డైరెక్ట్గా అమ్ముతారు. వాళ్ళు డైరెక్ట్గా ప్యాకింగ్ ఈరోజు రైతు పండించిన దాన్ని వాటిని ప్రాసెసింగ్ చేసుకోవడం, వాటిని మళ్ళీ లేబులింగ్ చేయడం, మార్కెటింగ్ చేయడం అనేది కూడా మనం ట్రైనింగ్ ఇవ్వాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళకి ఈరోజు అంత దగ్గర సెల్ ఫోన్ ఉంది. సెల్ ఫోన్ ద్వారా మనకి ఈరోజు మెసేజ్ని వరల్డ్ ఎక్కడికైనా పంపించే అవకాశం ఉంది. ఈరోజు రైతు పండించిన వాటిని కనుక తను ప్రాసెసింగ్ చేసి లేబులింగ్ చేసి మార్కెటింగ్ చేసి మంచి నేమ్ పెట్టుకొని కనుక పంపిస్తే ఈరోజు వరల్డ్లో ఎక్కడికైనా పంపించే అవకాశం ఉంది. వాటిని ఏ విధంగా ప్యాకింగ్ చేసుకోవాలి, ఈరోజు అనేక రకాల ప్యాకింగ్ కూడా సిస్టమ్ అలాగే ఉన్నాయి. అంటే మనకి ఎక్కువ లైఫ్ స్టైల్ డ్యూరేషన్ ఎక్కువ ఉండడానికి వ్యాక్యూమ్ ప్యాకింగ్ వచ్చింది. అన్ని రకాల ప్యాకింగ్ కూడా వాళ్ళకి మంచి ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఇవ్వాల్సి వస్తుంది రైతులు కూడా. ఎందుకంటే అట్లా కనుక మనం వాళ్ళు కనుక ఈ ట్రైనింగ్ సెంటర్లు ఏర్పాటు చేసి వాళ్ళు కనుక వేసినట్టే వాళ్ళకి డబుల్ ఇన్కమ్ వచ్చే అవకాశం ఉంది. కాబట్టి మీరందరూ కూడా ఒక సైంటిస్టులు ఉన్నారు, ఇక్కడ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్ ఆఫీసర్లు ఉన్నారు, అగ్రికల్చర్ ఉన్నారు, హార్టికల్చర్ ఆఫీసర్ ఉన్నారు, వెటనరీ ఉన్నారు. వీటిలో ఈరోజు వెటనరీలో కూడా మటన్ కావచ్చు, చికెన్ కావచ్చు, షీప్ అండ్ కూడా. ఎందుకంటే రైతు కేవలం పంట పండించడమే కాదు, దానికి కావాల్సిన కొన్ని గొర్రెలు పెంచాలి, కొన్ని మేకలు పెంచాలి, కొన్ని కోళ్ళు పెంచాలి, కొన్ని పశువులు ఉండాలి. అంటే రైతు ఉదయం నుంచి సాయంత్రం వరకు తను చేసే పనిలో దృష్టి కేంద్రీకరించి కనుక చేస్తే ఇన్కమ్ డెఫినెట్గా ఎక్కువ వస్తుంది. ఎందుకంటే కేవలం క్రాప్స్లో పండించినప్పుడు ఇన్కమ్ తక్కువ వస్తుంది. కాబట్టి వీటిలో అడిషనల్ ఇన్కమ్గా మష్రూమ్స్ కావచ్చు. మష్రూమ్స్ ఈరోజు అందరూ కూడా ఆఫ్టర్ కరోనా తర్వాత మనందరూ కూడా ఫుడ్ అవేర్నెస్ బాగా పెరిగింది కాబట్టి మష్రూమ్స్ తింటున్నారు, ఎక్కువగా హనీ తీసుకుంటున్నారు. ఎందుకంటే హనీ బాక్సులు పెట్టుకోవచ్చు, అలాగే మష్రూమ్ యూనిట్స్ పెట్టుకోవచ్చు. అంటే ఎవ్రీ మంత్ రైతుకి అదనపు అడిషనల్ ఇన్కమ్ కనుక వస్తే తను హ్యాపీగా ఉండడానికి అవకాశం ఉంది. అందుకని ఇంటిగ్రేటెడ్ ఫార్మింగ్ని ఎక్కువగా ఫోకస్ చేసి ఈ ప్రాసెసింగ్ సెంటర్స్, ప్రాసెసింగ్ యూనిట్స్ కనుక నెలకొల్పితే రైతు కూడా సంతోషంగా ఉంటాడని మీ అందరికి తెలియజేసుకుంటూ మా రైతు నేస్తం ద్వారా ఇంకా అనేక కార్యక్రమాలు మేము చేస్తున్నాం. దాదాపు అగ్రి మీద దాదాపు 90 బుక్స్ కూడా పబ్లిష్ చేయడం జరిగింది రైతు నేస్తం పబ్లికేషన్ ద్వారా. అలాగే దాదాపు ప్రతి సంవత్సరం దాదాపు 2011 నుంచి పద్మశ్రీ ఐవి సుబ్బారావు రైతు నేస్తం పురస్కారం పేరు మీద అవార్డ్స్ ఇస్తున్నాం. అలాగే మిద్దె తోటలు చేసే వాళ్ళకి ఎవరైతే టెర్రస్ గార్డెన్ చేస్తున్నారో దాదాపు 4 రోజుల నుంచి ప్రముఖ కథ రచయిత తుమ్మేటి రఘుతుమ్మిరెడ్డి గారి పేరు మీద అవార్డ్స్ ఇస్తున్నాం. అలాగే ప్రతి ఆదివారం ట్రైనింగ్ ఇస్తున్నాం. అలాగే 3 days ట్రైనింగ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ కూడా కండక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం. అంటే సాయిల్ టెస్ట్ దగ్గర నుంచి పోస్ట్ హార్వెస్టింగ్ వరకు ఎలాంటి పద్ధతులు అవలంబించాలి రైతు. అంటే ఒక రైతు ఒక ట్రైనింగ్ దగ్గరికి వస్తే తనకు ఉన్న అవకాశాలు కావచ్చు, లేదంటే ఒక ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్. ఈరోజు చాలామంది ఐటీ వాళ్ళు కానీ, లేదంటే చాలామంది డాక్టర్లు కావచ్చు, చాలామంది ఆర్గానిక్ ఫార్మింగ్ చేయాలని ముందుకు వస్తుంటారు. కానీ బేసిక్గా సాయిల్ టెస్ట్ చేయాలి, ఆర్గానిక్ కార్బన్ ఎంత ఉందో చూసుకోవాలి, ఇన్పుట్స్ ఎంత ఇవ్వాలో తెలియాలి, అలాంటి క్రాప్స్ ఎలాంటి పండించాలి. ఎందుకంటే మనందరం కూడా ఏది ఒక క్రాప్ మీద ఎక్కువ దృష్టి పెట్టి అదే క్రాప్ పండిస్తుంటారు. అట్లా కాకుండా సాయిల్ టెస్ట్ ద్వారా మనకి ఎలాంటి క్రాప్ పండించాలి ఏంటి అనేది రైతులకి అవగాహన చేయాలి. ఎందుకంటే అందరూ కూడా ప్యాడీ చేస్తుంటారు, వాటర్ ఉంది కాబట్టి అందరూ ప్యాడీ చేస్తుంటారు. ఇంకా డిఫరెంట్ క్రాప్స్, మిక్స్డ్ క్రాప్స్ పండించడం, ఇవన్నీ కూడా మేము 3 డేస్లో అన్ని పంటల మీద అవగాహన కల్పిస్తాం. ఎందుకంటే న్యాచురల్ ఫార్మింగ్ అనేది ఈరోజు అంత ఈజీ కాదు. ఇక్కడ శ్రమ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ తక్కువ, శ్రమ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది, మన శ్రమ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. అంటే ఈరోజు అగ్రికల్చర్ లేబర్ చాలా గ్రామాల్లో తక్కువ ఉన్నారు కాబట్టి మనం ఆర్గానిక్ ఫార్మింగ్లోకి రావడం కష్టం అవుతుంది. అందువల్ల వితౌట్ అంటే పశువుల మూత్రం పేడతో ఎక్కువగా ఈ బయో ఫర్టిలైజర్స్ కానీ లేదంటే ఆర్గానిక్ ఫర్టిలైజర్స్ కానీ ఆర్గానిక్ పెస్టిసైడ్స్ కానీ ఇవన్నీ తయారు చేయాలి. ఇక్కడ శ్రమ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. అందువల్ల ఆర్గానిక్ ఫార్మింగ్ రావట్లేదు. చాలామంది సైంటిస్టులు కూడా ఉంటారు, వాళ్ళు రీసెర్చ్ చేసి అంటే వితౌట్ ఆవు మూత్రం పేడతో కాకుండా కేవలం పచ్చిరొట్ట పైరులతో ఏ విధంగా మనం సాయిల్ని ఎంత చేసుకోవచ్చు, ఆర్గానిక్ కార్బన్ పెంచవచ్చు అనే దాని మీద కూడా కొంచెం మోటివేట్ చేస్తే కనుక, కొంచెం రీసెర్చ్ చేసి కనుక చేస్తే కనుక ఆర్గానిక్ ఫార్మింగ్లోకి చాలామంది వస్తుంటారు. ఎందుకంటే ఈరోజు చాలామందికి న్యాచురల్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ తినాలని చెప్పేసి ఆలోచన పెరిగి ఈవెన్ మీట్లో కూడా చాలామంది ఆర్గానిక్ మీట్ దొరుకుతుందని అడుగుతూ ఉంటారు. అలాగే ఎగ్స్ అడుగుతూ ఉంటారు, ఆర్గానిక్ ఎగ్స్ ఉంటుంది. దానికి ఇచ్చే ఫీడ్ కూడా చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్ కాబట్టి అటు పశుగ్రాసాలు ఫీడ్ కానీ అవన్నీ కూడా అందరికీ అందుబాటులో తీసుకురావాలి. ఎందుకంటే కేవలం ఆర్గానిక్ అనగానే దానికి బేస్ నుంచి చాలా చేయాలి. ఎందుకంటే ఈరోజు చికెన్ గుడ్లు రావాలంటే దానికి ఇచ్చిన ఫీడ్ కానీ దానికి యాంటీబయాటిక్స్ ఇవ్వకుండా న్యాచురల్గా ఎలాంటి ఫీడ్ ఇవ్వాలి, అలాగే మీట్గా గొర్రెల మేకలకి ఎలాంటి ఫీడ్ ఇవ్వాలి, ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఈ ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ అనేది కూడా చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్ కాబట్టి ఇవన్నీ కూడా అనుసంధానం అయి ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి కేవలం ఒక సబ్జెక్టే కాకుండా కేవలం హార్టికల్చర్ క్రాప్సే కాకుండా వెటనరీ క్రాప్స్ ఉంటాయి, దీంట్లో వెజిటబుల్స్ ఉంటాయి, దీంట్లో మిలెట్స్ ఉంటాయి, దాంట్లో రైస్ ఉంటుంది. అన్నీ సంబంధించిన విషయాలని ఈ 2 డేస్ మీరు అందరూ కూడా చర్చిస్తారు కాబట్టి ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ వీటిని తెలుసుకుంటారని ఇలాంటి మంచి అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన అసోచామ్ వారికి ముఖ్యంగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలుపుకుంటూ జై జవాన్, జై కిసాన్, జై విజ్ఞాన్. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
So thank you, sir. So thank you, sir, for your words and all the key aspects what you have been discussed. So I feel Raj Reddy garu gurinchi cheppadaniki emi anta avasam because he is a well known person to everyone. Dr. Raj Reddy garu, he was an expert with United మన Professor Jayashankar University kuda he has did a lot of services and he was a reachable to every farmer anytime, accept he responds very freely and advises him very well. He responds very freely and advises him very well. Thank you, sir, for coming at a short notice, sir. నిజంగా మీరు రావాల్సి డాక్టర్ రాజిరెడ్డి గారు టు ప్లీజ్ డెలివర్ ద కీనోట్ అడ్రస్.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్. వెంకయ్య గారు, పద్మశ్రీ వై వెంకటేశ్వరరావు గారు, గోపీనాథ్ గారు, రావంటి నాతో కలిసి పనిచేసిన వాళ్ళు కూడా ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారు. KRK Reddy, and there are many people who are directly or indirectly associated with me. I think this is a very good occasion, really compliment to conduct this particular workshop for the stakeholders and experts from food industry, FPOs, PACs, scientists, and all related people who are involved directly or indirectly in agriculture and horticulture. As you know, that agriculture is passing through a very critical period and it is in crisis. And always we have to take this crisis as an opportunity. as you know that how the farmers are facing the problems because of the many challenges, particularly with reference to climate change. And as all of you are experiencing the weather extremes in the context of the climate change, and as all of you are experiencing the weather extremes in the context of the climate change, cold waves, droughts, and pest and disease outbreaks, the farm, particularly labor problem, markets, it is becoming very difficult most of the times. Under these circumstances, take and how this association prepare a plan, action plan, and how to make the farmer becomes doubled or maybe profitable. And if you take the example of I think in last 10 years area under rice, and when the state was bifurcated to grow major crops like rice to red gram, soybean and maize. These were the 5 crops which were occupying almost 95 to 95%. And subsequent and all back, and rice as in area has increased, and rice has increased, and rice. This is not a good sign. These 2 crops are more sensitive to all the, and particularly rice, because of the good rainfall in last 10 years and some improvement in the irrigation, farmers are moving towards, and also about with respect to MSP, they are moving towards the rice. But let us not come and also say that we are number one. We have to see that at least we have to think at this point of time how to diversify towards other crops. So not only agricultural crops, horticultural crops. And if you see the 4 acres of agriculture, and of this just 12.5 lakh acres is under horticulture, and that is about 6% of the GCA, contributing about 30% to the GSDP of the state. So that shows, that really says and shows the importance of horticulture in growth of the state. But the disappointing note of horticulture is, so though we have all the best conditions in the state, either with respect to climate or with respect to soil or with respect to water. So we are comfortable in these things, and at least we don't have the problem of cyclones and floods. Maybe sometimes we get flash floods. But we have to actually, if you see the neighboring states, they are growing very fast. They are moving ahead with the horticulture. And take the example of Karnataka. At least we have to learn Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, to some extent Maharashtra. And also if you see the monthly income of the farmer, and if you see the entire country, wherever you have horticulture, agriculture and livestock, monthly income of the farmers is more, around 13 or 14,000. But if you come down to the states like Telangana and other states where you have the agricultural crops, the monthly income is something around 6,000 to 7,000 for farm family. So this speaks about the importance of other crops, particularly diversification towards maybe even an agriculture itself, millets, pulses and oil seeds. And with respect to horticulture, we should be ashamed of importing the vegetables from states like Rajasthan and particularly Kuttimira, Telangana, where you have 20 millimeters, and we have the rainfall ranging between 700 to 1200. You have the congenial climatic conditions, and temperatures are quite moderate, at least to towards north, some cold wave will be there. So these are the really very culture can be grown in the state. But we are actually restricting to, and we are resorting to only 2 or 3 crops which are very easy to grow, and that is not actually the correct way of going about this particular system of agriculture. So if you want to make the agriculture profitable, value addition is the most important one. And particularly in horticulture, you have all perishable goods. Almost something like post-harvest losses to certain extent 30 to 40%, sometimes 100%, as all of you see along the roads how these tomato are being thrown and other crops are being, particularly the fruits are thrown. So that means we have to see that how these products are to be actually processed and value added, and actually we have to think of these activities as far as the processing is concerned, and post-harvest handling, and that is also a very important one. And for example, if you take the mango, simply just by covering a mango cover, the quality of the mango is getting increased. So that speaks really about the importance of the value addition, and also some of the tips which actually needs to be taken care by the farmers. And here we are in short of the vegetables, and something around 1.5 to 2 lakh acres area we are in deficit. So that needs to be actually breached in future, and we have prepared a first Telangana which is likely to be released in a week's time by the Honorable Chief Minister. And fruits, if you take, we have good number of fruits which can be cultivated in the state of Telangana, and we are in excess of mango and to certain extent citrus. So instead of these 2 crops, other crops like pomegranate, fig, and all exotic crops we have, those things are to be addressed, and good management practices. And there is a lot of scope for organic farming in horticultural crops. That same is not the case with the agricultural crops where you have the larger area. And you can touch upon any kind of the technology which can be tried in horticultural crops, whether it is the larger area. And you can touch upon any kind of the technology which can be tried in horticultural crops, whether it is farming, and these are to be tried. And we have good management practices developed by the Horticulture University during last 10-15 years, and we have good number of varieties that are being developed by the university, good technologies, and all climate resilient technologies are being developed by the university. And for this processing industry to grow and to improve the export potential of these products, there is every need to have a good product. So that means right from the cultivation to consumption, this value chain approach that needs to be looked at in different stages. We cannot work in isolation. So this right from cultivation to up to the marketing and consumption, each step who is actually the partner, who is actually the stakeholder. So right from the farmer and trader and processing and all these people, and looking at the consumer preference. So that is also very important. So like this, at each stage we have to see. So we have challenges like labor is a problem, and low productivity, and inadequate infrastructure facilities, and the government of India is actually giving a lot of importance to the processing. But no taker is there, and nobody knows what is happening, and nobody knows how to tap those funds. And it is the responsibility of all of us to prepare an action plan or roadmap how to tap those funds and how to improve the economic returns of the farmers. So that should be looked at during this entire one-day workshop. And particularly processing industry, small industries at district level, that is the most important part. And also marketing, and not necessary to have a very big market at mandal level. You can have a very small market facility with the cold storage facilities and all other facilities which needs to be provided for improving the access of these vegetables or fruits to the consumers. And probably you have seen how the consumption of these fruits and vegetables has increased after the COVID. And lot of, even if you go to any house, nobody is offering tea and other things. They are offering fruits and juice. So that is a change that what we have seen, and we have to take the advantage of that particular situation and see that farmers' incomes are increased. And also you cannot work, you can't say that agriculture is waste, horticulture is waste, and livestock. You can't work in isolation. You have to work in terms of, in particularly the integrated farming systems approach. So that is the order of the day. And if you, particularly agricultural crops, horticultural crops, and livestock, these three together only the farmers' income will be improved, and the agriculture contribution towards the GST will be more. So like this, these are the issues which are to be addressed, and we have the, at least the government is, the proactive government we have, and all the officials and Honorable Minister is favoring the horticulture industry in recent years, and as you know that every day he talks about the oil palm. So that is really making a breakthrough in oil palm area increase. And in the years to come, at least if you meet to a certain extent the requirement of the oil from our own country, reducing the burden of this foreign exchange. So like this, and the government, I am happy to say that the government already permitted to have the integrated pack house, and also some radiation, these facilities, irradiation facilities also they are thinking. And if you prepare a good plan, at least not many things, recommendations. So normally what we do is we prepare a number of pages of recommendations. Those pages of recommendations has no place. Even in our own scientific discussions, we do good things, we do lot of recommendations. They have no value actually. If you just come out with 4 or 5 recommendations, which are really useful, which can be implementable, which can be actionable, that will be of immense help. And we can take, if you just by the end of the day, if you can give us, at least we will give it to the Honorable Chief Minister and Honorable Minister for Agriculture, and APC is also very much interested in horticulture. And the other day, just 2 days back, when they came to our university, they were overemphasizing, not emphasizing, overemphasizing about the importance. So otherwise, it is very difficult even to government to handle such a huge, bulky product from the agriculture side, that is rice, producing, and you can't even, it is very difficult to store and very difficult to sell and very difficult to handle. So that is actually, there is a need for diversification, and there is a need for processing, there is a need for proper post-harvest handling. So these are some of the views which I thought of expressing before you, and I think this is a very right time you have chosen. And definitely it is going to help, and please see that at least this delegation should go to the government saying that these are the solutions, these are the issues which are to be addressed, and probably they take and because money is not a problem, because a lot of money is available with the government of India. It is our initiative, that is the most important part. So that way let us make use of this opportunity, and it's right time, right decision to have this Agri Summit here 2025, and let us take and let us be #1 in the country as far as the processing is concerned. And I am ready to provide any kind of facility in our university to establish processing units, establishing some modern technologies and any other facilities. And we are going to conduct a very important national seminar next month. All of you are invited, a national seminar on climate change impacts on horticultural crops. And this is the right time, because as you know that particularly in the horticulture, last few days, there's heavy rain downpour in different parts of the state, how these inclement weather is affecting the horticultural crops and also agricultural crops. So that means this climate change is going to play with the lives of the farmers, and particularly the vegetable farmers, fruits, and all these are highly sensitive to the climate extremes, weather extremes. So I think these are some of the views which and also as you rightly said, the cluster-based approach, whether it is the farm, whether it is the vegetables, or whether it is the flowers. So we have all these crops which have high potential, and we have prepared even not only actually everybody talks about the development of clusters around the city. It is not necessary that. So in the days to come, probably we will not have any agriculture surrounding the city. So you have to go to towns, you have to go to districts, and surrounding the district, first you have to start from village. You should have sufficient, self-sufficient for the village, and go to next level, and like that we have to plan. And every level you should have the processing and storage facilities. So then only the farmer will be happy, and the entire state will be happy, we will be happy. So that is the most important part. And with these few remarks, I am really thankful to the organizers for inviting me to be a part of this particular conference. I will definitely take some of the few of your recommendations, and definitely we'll have a separate session in the climate change conference with the industry and other people, so that at least some useful recommendations will go from the conference. All I think very, very important people are coming from Delhi, and I request all of you to be a part of that conference, and I wish the conference success. And so thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So thanks a lot, sir, for your words and everything, sir. So we, not only for this initiative, sir, we are ready to work with the university for a long-term association, ASSOCHAM and ASSOCHAM pan-India words and everything, sir. So we, not only for this initiative, sir, we are ready to work with the university for a long-term association, ASSOCHAM and ASSOCHAM pan-India, and the southern region under the guidance of Dr. Rangay Garu will definitely submit a small recommendation with all the tentative points which would be highlighted with 4 to 5 of today or at the earliest. And apart from this, we also like to work with you, with the industry members and the university, for taking the food process sector, horticulture sector in the state of Telangana to the next level. Wherever we need the industry concern and the mentorship kind of a thing, we'll be ready to work with the farmers, FPOs, and also all the self-help groups, sir. And I just wanted to introduce, sir, to the esteemed guests and all the dignitaries. So with the Avalon Consulting, one of the key consulting firm across in the state and in the country, we are working with Avalon Consulting, and with the support of the Avalon Consulting, we have worked on a white team memo for unlocking the potential of the agriculture and food processing industry in Telangana. So Avalon, we thank Avalon for the Avalon Consulting is one of the Asia's top independent strategy and management consulting firm with a proud legacy of over 35 years. A member worldwide, Avalon Consulting is working across the global presence across 23 countries, and with the vast expertise of Avalon Consulting and also with the guidance of our industry members and others, we have brought a white paper on the horticulture and the food processing sector for the state of Telangana. And may I request Mr. Santosh Sridhar, the senior partner of Avalon Consulting, to just come with us. We just wanted to have a release of this white paper with the dignitaries over the stage, and also we wanted to submit to the industry and also key members across the state. We would be sharing them with all the members and accordingly. Yeah, Mr. Santosh will just want it. Sir, Dr. Rajareddy sir, and also key members, I just wanted your support for the release of this white paper, please. Santosh will just want it. Sir, Dr. Rajareddy sir, and also key members, I just wanted your support for the release of this white paper, please. Yes, with Mr. Santosh, please join us. Yeah, thank you, Santosh. Thanking with us for the last 2 months, working on the report and getting all the inputs and correlated and making it done for this. Thank you. And thanks to Avalon Consulting. Now, with all this, I request our co-chair, Mr. Rambabu Garu, the co-chairman for ASSOCHAM, Telangana State Director, and the CTO of the Pranava Group. So, Pranava is going to please deliver this vote of thanks. Thank you.
And really it's a great honor to from ASSOCHAM on the curtain on this is Connect 2025, a national summit. The summit, policymakers, industry experts, entrepreneurs and change makers across the industry, united by a shared goal to revolutionize agri and food processing system in India, and sustainable practices. First and foremost, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Vice Chancellor of Sri Konda Lakshman, Telangana Horticulture, inaugurating this summit with great enthusiasm and of horticulture at large. So it's a great, really glad to give a very constructive suggestions and recommendations, sir. So we definitely, at the end of the day, will make a key 5 recommendations which can impact agriculture at large. And as sir said rightly, if it will release a lot of books of recommendations and that may really go lost. But so I think I really request even the audience, also participants, everyone collaborate to identify and that may really go lost. But so I think I really request even the audience, also participants, everyone collaborate to identify and do a 5 key recommendations which can influence it positively. So we'll definitely try to make it that, sir. That's a great suggestion what you have given. And also, as you really mentioned about how the ecosystem at a university level, how scientifically you are putting great efforts in terms of making agriculture profitable to the farmers and at large to the country. So, and here also I think what I noticed is that the key thing, there are a lot of initiatives taken by government, but they are not getting implemented at the ground, maybe due to lack of awareness or its lack of in between many systems in place, farmers and key stakeholders. So I probably will look as ASSOCHAM, maybe a bridge between government and industry. Probably will try to fill some of the gaps, whatever we can do. Thanks, sir. Thanks for that. And also we are deeply honored by the presence of Padma Shri Mr. Yadlapalli Venkateshwara Rao Garu, editor, Raitu Nestam, and founder, chairman, Raitu Nestam Foundation. So really, let us all applaud Mr. Venkateshwara Rao Garu for their team for making and organizing this agriculture. With a round of applause, please. So it's great, sir. You are taking initiative every weekend. You are organizing sessions and also trying to put a lot of digitally. You are trying to educate and also trying to also increase the impact. Or I think we have seen, even you also sounded very loudly that it's a food processing units are missing element in the ecosystem. So how a simple example what you explained about tomato, if a tomato is getting spoiled, if a sauce, soup cheshe, processing unit unte, we can use it really convertible easily. But that particular system is missing in our overall ecosystem. Probably, definitely I think let us all together work together and make it a usable, ecosystem. And also special thanks to Mr. Gopinath Kuneti Garu, partner and senior advisor, Food and Agriculture, KPMG India, for offering us your valuable insights into market trends and agriculture, agri-financing and policy alignment, giving us a bird's eye view of opportunities for transformation in the sector. So we express our sincere appreciation to Dr. Rangaya Garu, Visakhapatnam Chair and Agriculture Food Processing Council, ASSOCHAM, Southern Region, and founder CEO. Womenevo Agro-Food Park Private Limited, for your leadership in fostering and entrepreneurship in innovation within the agriculture ecosystem. I think his unwavering commitment to the cause of agriculture innovation and sustainable food systems has been instrumental in shaping this event. Basically, Rangegari, I think with great motivation and support, only we are able to make this particular initiative from ASSOCHAM. He has been the subject matter experts and also in this zone. I think with his support, we are able to make it. So I think thank you and for being a pillar of strength and a beacon of inspiration. So to all, not last, not but the least, also Mr. Dinesh and Vishwacham, and also a lot of back-end team who really made it possible, this particular session from start to this on the execution of this one. Please give a big round of applause to all the people who really involved in that. So also to our distinguished delegates, not only that, to make this whatever the event we do, but unless we have a participants and also where they can participate and collaborate and give insightful your ideas and also solutions, we cannot really make this event successful. So thanks to all of you for being here, and also hopefully we'll have a very insightful conversation throughout day and also bring some useful content, what we can able to take to the actionable. As Rajareddy Garu mentioned, let us make some kind of actionable recommendations which can really impact it. Once again, thanks for giving me this opportunity. Sorry for coming a bit late, I got stuck somewhere, but anyway, however, thanks a lot, and hopefully let us bring everything something useful to our farmers. Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan.
Thank you. As a token of appreciation, we want to give a small sapling to the dignitaries on the dais. So may I request Dr. Rangegaru to please hand over the to hand the sapling to Mr. Venkateshwara Garu. May I request Dr. Rangegaru to hand the sapling to Gopinath Garu. And a sapling to Rangegaru from Rambabu Garu for his support whole thing. Sir, as exchange of token and appreciation, we also request Rambabu Garu to give a sapling to Dr. Rangegaru for all his support. Thanks to all the dignitaries and sponsors, SBI, Union Bank of India, NABARD and other things. So we have a group photograph, please. Thank you all. We'll just break for 2 minutes and we'll start with our session number 1. Thank you all. Dr. Angega to take ahead. Thank you. The delegates in the lobby, may I request to please step in. We will be having a networking time there. I request all to please. The delegates in the lobby, may I request to please step in. We will be having a networking time there. I request all to please.
Good morning, everyone. I think this is one of the very prominent and most important sessions. And of course, we are very glad, and this is one of the very prominent and most important sessions. And of course, we are very glad, and Professor Rajireddy Garu also is here to listen to this session. The session is about unlocking. Professor Rajireddy Garu also is here to listen to this session. The session is about unlocking the potential. Agriculture is a vast subject. In fact, or fortunate, a conference of this kind, agriculture is a big ocean. So that's why whenever the session, this kind of conferences are over, what we take home is, ending up with a very unlimited this thing and all that. As far as this session is concerned, will pertain to Telangana state and the potential, the natural resources of Telangana we will take into consideration. Telangana is basically very good in many things, especially in technology, and then the embedding systems and all that. Very resourceful and potential for agriculture, but we are deficient in many agri sectors, agri and allied sectors. But progressively, there is a lot of hope, as I said, potential for reaching to a level through which we can become first 5 states in the country. So we have very influential, prominent panelists sitting next to me. And as you all know, we have horticulture, supported by Horticulture University, Horticulture University, and then state government's horticulture department. We have Veterinary University, a very big livestock component is there. We have supported by Veterinary University and the Department of Animal Husbandry. And we have agriculture with sericulture and then many other crops and all that, supported by Agricultural University. So like that, the state is equipped with many national institutes very renowned and they are very big enough to support us. So the unlocking the potential or the resources of the state's nature to grow into multifold in value. For example, if I say we are producing first generation of products, say for example rice, we only eat rice. We don't add any value to make it a 5,000 per kg product. So there is a vast potential, and I see in the inaugural session people talking about we'll shift to rice to some other crop and all that. But the whole globe is talking about why we should shift to some other these things when farmers has got expertise in producing high yield crops, and then why don't we do from statutory part, government part or something like that, do some value addition project and then use all our rice for such value addition, making it more returnable. So this is the question here. Now I'll start with Srilam Garu. Rajshekar Reddy Garu is a well-known person in the industry, and he is the person, one of the pioneers who has done so much to add value to corporate. If you take Hyderabad and Telangana, a mini world, and he is the father of organic food grains, organic commodities, organic food products, all that. So he is father of this thing, and he has achieved a lot, and he is on the apex now. And now we will be very happy to have him here and then understand the kind of value addition in the retailing for the agriculture products. Rajshekar Reddy Garu, you have been into this, and then you have sold, we are buying rice for 40 rupees, 50 rupees, and you have taught the industry to sell the same rice for 200 rupees, 500 rupees and all that. Of course, I am just telling example. So how this is possible, and what are your inputs and advices to the rest of the entrepreneurs and the farmers in this particular aspect?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
In this particular aspect.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Hello. Yeah. Thanks for your kind words. Obviously, I think perhaps we are one of the few companies which is involved in the complete farm to fork value chain. Obviously, I think perhaps we are one of the few companies which is involved in the complete farm to fork value chain. I was trying to go through my past notes. We have two challenges. One is particularly food grains production. Today the availability is about 1 kg per capita per day. Obviously all of us know we don't consume that much food grains. At best we consume 600, 700 grams or 800 grams including dals, rice and other things. So that's one challenge. We have a huge surplus. Then the second challenge is, not challenge but opportunity I would say, is today I think the food and grocery market is about 45 lakh crores and it's growing, and then about 16-17% is packaged commodities. So balance is all sold loosely, but this trend is growing every day. People are more and more preferring packaged products. So a day will not be far away, perhaps 5-10 years, where it will be at least 30-35% share of that. And third opportunity is obviously today I think the per capita GDP is about $2,500. And typically if you compare China, at $2,500, things started suddenly moving up. So I guess hopefully if it is something similar, our experience is something similar, then we can look forward to increased consumption. So that means people have more disposable income. Obviously, our idea is not to sell things at 200 rupees, but definitely at a premium, primarily because when we create different attributes, in our case it is primarily about organic, right? So organic means it's a better product, obviously no contamination, and of course there's always debate whether nutritionally it's better and all, but I think a few things, at least few parameters are better, if not everything. And today I think contamination is a big issue, because I think pesticide residues or additives become a big issue, and then that's something free of that. So today I think people who adopt, let's say, organic, if they are convinced, then I think price is not such a big hurdle, because if you look at it, if a family consumes 100% organic also, it will cost about 1500 rupees more per month. And of course not everyone can afford, but I think there's a significant percentage for us. I think we estimate about almost technically from an income perspective about 100 million families can afford, but we have already hardly penetrated 6 to 7 million families. So it means still there's a long room for the whole market to grow. And out of this 6 to 7 million also, the average purchase value is about 250-300 rupees per month. So that means few people are buying bulk of the things, balance people are buying one or two products once in a while. Is this changing? Pre-COVID, we estimated the penetration to be only about 2 million families. Today, in about 4-5 years time, thanks to COVID and also associated awareness about health, it's gone to about almost 6 million families, and then obviously a lot more work needs to be done to increase the penetration. So I think if we are able to communicate what we are doing, and then also provide a tangible proof that what we are giving, people are willing to pay higher price. Obviously, I think our target would be ideally not more than 35% compared to conventional. Today we are about 55-60% higher, primarily because of inefficiencies, retailers demanding much larger margins, etc. But I think that opportunity remains. And then today I also see in the market, not necessarily organic, but I think we were just chatting with Binu Cherry, and there are a couple of companies which have started naturally better products with more zinc, with more iron, etc. And they're also able to charge a premium. And that is one way out of this. When we have so much production, obviously then I think we should encourage farmers to adopt this, but at the same time education has to happen. And the consumer, more important is they're willing to pay, but the question is, how do I trust this is genuine what you are saying? So that is the biggest issue. So in our case, what we have done is we have come with a farm to fork traceability, which a QR code on the pack. People can scan the QR code, and then they can see which farmers have grown, where they have grown, when they have grown, how the product is moved, and finally the test reports concerned with that batch. I think that kind of puts that credibility. So I think that's something today, if you are able to crack this, definitely it is feasible. Thank you.
Thank you, Reddy Garu. Yeah, these kind of collaborations with farmers to companies like 24 Mantra and all that will take the industry a long way. Yeah, when I said value addition, companies like 24 Mantra and all that will take the industry a long way. Yeah, when I said value addition, I was in USA sitting in a family, served as some dosa and all that, and doctor, you know this and all. I really surprised. It's a 24 mantras that Urida or something like that. So I really surprised for that and all that. So that is the value addition. A product, it's not that America doesn't have Urida, and it's a business today, organic foods industry. So value addition is such that people have got a lot of doubts as to what is that organic, what is the new thing that is there in this and all that. Let that be from the crop growing level to the processing level. There will be a lot of value addition in each. So the inclusiveness is very high in that. So that's why the value. So it's not just 50 rupees is becoming 200 rupees. There's a lot of thing in between. Yeah, thank you, Rediger, once again. And now I'll just go to Mr. Santosh. Santosh, see, you have been associated with Amol, Kevin Care, and all that. So they're all famous FMCG companies, particularly in dairy sector. So what do you see the value addition in dairy sector? Say, assuming we have been into milk and curd, and today there is a next level, next generation products like whey proteins, you know, dairy vitamin A, dairy vitamin D, and all that. So how do you, I mean, like next generation products like whey proteins, you know, dairy vitamin A, dairy vitamin D, and all that. So how do you, I mean, like compared to Amul of Gujarat and Kevin Care of Tamil Nadu and all that. So what do you suggest for Telangana's dairy in respect to value addition? Because there are many dairies, I mean, located in Hyderabad, big dairies. A few of the largest dairies are there in Hyderabad. So do you have anything to tell us, you know, in this aspect?
Okay, so I've been associated with dairy many years back, so I'm not too familiar with the local situation much, but I can give you a bit of an overview of what is happening in the dairy industry and where the opportunity lies. So first of all, if you look at dairy as a sector, it is one of the sectors which is having the highest processing. Okay, so compared to horticulture products or even grains, the highest processing of about 35% is happening in dairy. There again, if you see, 35% is also a large quantity of fresh milk, which you are getting in packets in your homes. Still, there is a 65% where the processing is not happening. It is going as fresh milk in the local markets without having much of a processing. So first of all, even bridging this gap is a very huge opportunity, right? Because even when you pack the milk and get it into a formal system, there is a value addition that is happening where the farmer gets back money. And that's where the whole concept of dairy industry comes in, because dairy in the Indian context is not a primary source of income for the farmer. It's a secondary source of income for the farmer, where the farmer is using the excess labor in the house, which may be the woman of the house or his own extra time to manage the farm, and also using a lot of the farm residue as feed, and in addition to the feed that is being given, and that's how the economy of farming, dairy farming works in India. So having an organized setup and having this the primary processing rate to be increased is the first hurdle that should be done. You know, talking about the more value-added products and all that is something that definitely will add further value to the farmer. But even doing a very basic value addition there is a good enough one. As earlier in the inaugural session, Dr. Reddy was also mentioning, even doing simple packing of the horticulture products has a certain value add. So I think as a state, if we were to focus on promoting dairy, the first initiative should be in terms of developing the processing infrastructure closer to the farm, such that there is a procurement happening and there is a first level processing that is happening. If that happens, and if the milk starts flowing into a formal system, then the capital that is generated out of that can be used for having more and more value-added products. And that's where we should be headed as a firm, and their cooperatives as well as the private players have an important role to play.
Yeah, thank you, Santosh. So since I am also into dairy industry, I would like to add a few points like Telangana basically a milk deficit state. So there is a vast potential for this thing. The recent survey reports around 8 to 10 lakh liters requirement is still there. This thing. The recent survey reports around 8 to 10 lakh liters requirement is still there. 10 lakhs. This young state and then growing population, buying capacities are more and all that. With all that, so there is still a gap of 8 lakh liters. So many other dairies, that's why Vijaya Dairy also, state's cooperative dairy has set up a big dairy also. There are many more dairies are coming. So in the production front, there is a vast demand. That is the potential. Of course, there is a breed multiplication program, Ministry of Animal Husbandry and Dairy. So they are also promoting 200 animal dairy units with the help of the banks, local banks. And of course, there are many entrepreneurs who are taking up. This is one part. The second part is, like as Mr. Santosh told, dairy basically, we are the largest milk producer in the world. Telangana is at 13th place, Andhra Pradesh is at 5th place. But in dairy as an industry, it is equal to at least 4 of the agriculture commodities, rice, wheat put together. That is, it is contributing 5% of national GDP. So such is the big industry. And the other best part is, we have consumers also within the country. We don't have to export also. See, we import almost 1,000 metric tons of whey protein from elsewhere. We don't produce whey protein in the country. We don't have such processing facilities for various reasons. But one is basically investments. So that potential is also there. There is no whey powder plant in South India itself. Whey powder, Hyderabad itself uses 1,000 tons every month. Confectionery industry, we don't have. So cheese plant, only 1 or 2 cheese plants are there in South India. So there is a lot of demand. There are surplus milk states, there are milk deficit states. So if we spread across, and there are, huge potential. And despite having said this, 40% only organized in the country. There are 60% unorganized sector still to be toppled, to explode. So these are the various potential things in dairy industry. So now I'll switch over to Mr. Binu Chiria. Sir, you have been into, biofortification, nutritional security and all that. So would you mind telling us how, because Hyderabad nutritional security and all that, so would you mind telling us how, because Hyderabad, Telangana is strategically located and a very good hub for big business. So you think is that fortification is necessary in the enhancing nutritional security instead of exploring the natural nutrition, micronutrition in the ingredients? I think you understood what I am trying to tell us. See, there are two things to enhance nutrition security. When there is already a natural nutrition available in every ingredient, why we should add? Having added, is it really enhancing, or is it really available to the body? Is it bioavailable? So how do you, match these two things and then advise to state of Telangana to take up, because there are many food processing companies in Hyderabad and across Telangana. So you can suggest us whether we can go for this biofortification or fortification or whatever it is, or suggest some processes wherein we increase the shelf nutrition and then make it available for the market.
So very good morning, and thank you so much, sir, for that question. Once again, let me thank the ASSOCHAM for coming out for this event. Coming back to the question, let me just start with a little bit on Harvest Plus. Harvest Plus is a part of the International Agriculture Research Center, like ICRISAT. There are 50 international centers, And Harvest Plus is a program which started about 20 years back, 2 decades back, with an idea that is it really possible to increase the micronutrients of the staple food crops that people eat on a day-to-day basis. For example, it is rice, wheat, millets are large staple crops that we eat in India, approximately 150 to 200 grams per day, depending on urban, rural consumption. Other staple crops in Africa that we work is like sweet potatoes, maize, and beans that they eat on a day-to-day basis. Now, as we all know, that malnutrition numbers remain stubborn. It has not really improved in the last 70 years. Anemia, especially women and children, it has not come down from close to about 67–70% of the women suffer from anemia. Zinc deficiency, especially in children, is about 35 to 40%. The brains don't develop, stunted growth, and vitamin A deficiency. So the founding fathers of Harvest Plus, they thought that is it really possible to use crops that people eat on a day-to-day basis, like rice, wheat, millets, is it really possible to increase the micronutrient level? So it becomes an easy intervention because people eat on a day-to-day basis. So it started with an idea 20 years back, and now the crops are developed, the varieties available, farmers are growing. I was talking to Rajshekhar Garu that still the challenge is to take it to the market. Now coming back to Sir's question, fortification, biofortification. Fortification is something that you add at the processing stage. Wheat is there, grains are harvested, and during the processing you add fortificant. In biofortification, the seeds are nutritious. The seeds are with certain micronutrients. If it is zinc, if it is wheat, it's with higher zinc. If it is rice, with higher zinc. Bajra, pearl millet with higher iron level. And ragi, finger millet with higher calcium level. Sweet potatoes with vitamin A. We don't eat a lot of cassava, but cassava with sweet potatoes. Lentils, masoor dal with higher iron level. Now the question that why this is required. In the last 70 years of crop development, during the Green Revolution, the focus was on increasing the productivity of the crop. But that is what the farmers required at that point of time. Everybody was focusing on productivity. So plant breeding, when you develop varieties, the focus was all on on developing varieties which are higher yielding. Somehow in the breeding process, we left behind the trait like nutrition into the plant breeding. So now there's a great focus on nutrition. Harvest Plus collaborates with Indian Council for Agriculture Research to develop certain standards. For example, pearl millet, we have come out with a standard that if you have to develop a variety, it should have a certain level of micronutrients. So the question is, do you require these varieties? I would say yes, because all the varieties might not have the same level of micronutrients that you see. And we don't have a kind of a standard at this point of time whether these varieties should have a minimum level of standard. So we have at Harvest Plus, when these varieties are developed, I can tell you, touch upon 1 minute on how these varieties are developed for those of you who are interested, is that the scientists go back to the seed bank or the gene bank, and they analyze the seed with a machine, which is now, of course, we have a latest machine called XRF machines, which can test it within 40 minutes. Earlier it was all petri dish when we started long time back. And these XRF machines were used in mining industry. But we have been able to calibrate this for plant breeding now. And so they test the micronutrients of the varieties or the gene bank. And once you know there's a variability of the micronutrient. For example, let's talk about pearl millet. Now there are lines with 20 ppm and there are lines with 140 ppm. Now if you were to look at the varieties which are grown, the maximum is about 50 ppm. So what do scientists do is, scientists take the lines which are 170 ppm, they use it for crossing and they develop new varieties.
So, as you said, is it really bioavailable? Yes, different percentage of bioavailability, but these are bioavailable now. We have done about 150 nutrition studies in collaboration with various universities. And these all are publicly published now. And we say that these are efficacious in nature. One of the studies that we have done in India with pearl millet is with SNDT University and Cornell in Maharashtra. And where Bajra, in a 9 months intervention, it has improved the brain function and it has improved the iron intake, especially in school-going children. So I'll stop here at this point of time, and still maybe next round we'll talk a little bit on what we do and which states we work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Binu. Yeah, what you said is 100% correct. So fortification, biofortification, they are two, the two distinct methods or the sentences. Of course, biofortification is things and wherein, of course, there is no question of. Now, I'll just, Mr. Umesh, you have been into consultancy and all that, and you strived hard to bring in a lot of systems into the industry and all that. Can you throw some light on how these systems and then certifications, these things will help in enhancing the value addition?
Thank you. First of all, I say, I think the big clap to all the farmers. Thank you. First of all, I say, I think the big clap to all the farmers. This session, and this session will definitely help you. Why? Because the farmer need to understand their value for entrepreneur first. Is my seen the farmer always feel that we are producing and somebody will come and somebody will take my produce, I will be the relaxed. But now the scenario has changed. The farmer need to grow their produce and take their produce up to the consumer. And in that value addition, I think the government has taken a lot of initiatives like farmer producer companies or the cooperatives. They have to come together, collaborate, and that collaboration will definitely add their value, because the farmer always having the challenge, and it will be challenges will be the day by day, it will be get increases. But the challenges will be the solve due to the with the collaboration and with the togetherness. If you see our successful model, or the biggest FMCG company in India is the Amul. Amul is just about the cooperative model, and they sustain and it is the biggest company not only India. They have started their operation in the US and other things. So whenever you are going start from the farm to fork, the farmer or any growing person need to understand he need to not only grow, add certain value, then and then only he will get the better price. Because if you see if any crop is growing and going to the consumer, it will be near about 5 times value addition, or the price increase near about 5 times. And whenever that price is added, so you will be the part of that with the improving the quality, improving the system, improving the traceability. That will help you to add value and create the story and get your produce very good value in the domestic and the international, both the market. Thank you.
Thank you, Umesh. So now, before we take the questions from your side, we'll have a small round, with the same question to all our panelists. 30-40 years back, we were nowhere in the world's agriculture production. Today, we are number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 in everything. So we have achieved substantially in terms of the size. Now today, the value addition in terms of revenue we have to look at now. So wherein the farmers will get more income, and then the state exchequer also will get more GDP, nutritional security will be there, employment generation will be there. All that are possible during this course, this thing and all that. So now I request each panelist to throw some light on what is your take or advice to the farmers and then industry, this thing and all that. Especially there are many horticulture specialists in front of us sitting, and they're also curious to know how this value addition and in fact, Vice Chancellor garu indaka, he was so curious about bringing in new systems into the university, which can be model for the whole state and the country, in fact. So please throw us some light on like how these value chains can be increased in your own perspective. Sir, can I start with you, Rashek Redgar?
Like I said, I think today we have almost like 2.5 times excess production of grains, and still the entire like I said, I think today we have almost like 2.5 times excess production of grains, and still the entire so today if the farmer, there are two things, right? If we need to really use these grains, then obviously we need to export, and if we need to export, we have to be competitive. Today we are definitely not competitive because our cost of production is higher. So productivity becomes a key. That is one. And so obviously I think prices going up and up, then okay, somehow if we can protect the domestic market, consumers can still consume because they don't have a choice. But if you really want to export, then that is an issue. Recently I think we started agri-products. We have exported about $50 billion, but out of that about 30 is mostly rice, and most of this rice is PDS rice. We are subsidizing Africa and other countries, so that's not real export, right? So I think one, productivity has to go up, and at a farmer level, if income has to go up, then I think basically they have to diversify their crops. They have to move from at least partly from cereals to other horticulture crops. Today horticulture production is bigger than food grains production, but we only talk about food grains production. Milk is bigger than food grains production, but we still talk about food grains. So farmers have to necessarily diversify. Horticulture has to become part of their portfolio. Animal husbandry has to become part of their portfolio, because as incomes rise, protein consumption is going up, and people, that's where the demand is, and farmers have to adopt. And third, fourth, of course, agriculture is very politically loaded. Any government, it's difficult to change things, but I think we have to figure out a way to create a safety net. At the same time, free up this entire trading, production, processing, etc. without restrictions. Because even as a value chain player, we find it very difficult because there are so many regulations at every level, state government, central government level. It requires a lot of courage to do procurement from farmer and doing the entire value chain. That's why I think most large companies avoid doing it. So I think these are some of the, one is at the farmer level, they have to diversify and adopt to improve their overall income levels. Second, as a country and as also as farmers, we have to work on improving productivity. And third is, once we do this and we open the export markets, then a lot of things will happen. Yeah. And fourth is look at new trends, more protein or value-added crops, where I think farmers, consumers are willing to pay a higher price, whether it is organic, natural or biofortified, these are the things. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, as you said, it has to be market-driven, and it has to go from the market to the farmer. So practices, productivity, and the trends are the most important things, as you mentioned.
So I have a point of view on where asking the farmer to do it is too much of a ask, because if he could do it, he would have done it long back. So I feel that as policy makers, or people who can influence policy, we have a role to play in terms of thinking how this can be done through some interventions. Okay? So I'm trying to just link it with what we discussed earlier about the dairy industry. Now, how does the dairy industry grow? If you want to really get that 1 lakh liter or 1 million liters of milk production to happen here, just by wishing it, it will not happen, because the farmer is not doing it because there is no way they can sell the surplus today. So the only way you can do it is by through intervention to take proactive step in putting the capacity and then developing the catchment to produce milk so that the milk flows into it. So because there is an additional demand that is created there around that processing facility, the income levels will increase. Okay. So I'm giving you one more example which is naturally happening now. You know that the ethanol production is going up in India because of the policy intervention of blending. So there are hundreds of these units coming up across the country, because of which there is a demand for maize that has been created in that catchment. So every unit that comes up tries to develop that catchment for maize. So there is a shift probably happening from paddy or wheat to maize, because maize is a little better revenue generating and it's giving a steady market. And because of which, even though it is within a grains, there is an improvement in the income for the farmer. So I think if we start thinking in terms of what is the best solution for a micro market, like catchments, and develop the right kind of infrastructure in those catchments through these kind of processing facilities, or in terms of creating warehousing capabilities, or in terms of creating food parks, that is the way we should be looking at developing this. And I want to make one more point on this. So this is one part. The second is, if you look at one area which I am very passionate about and I feel that we are not doing enough, is about GI tagging of products. Okay, we have when we are looking at some data in food products, India has only about 220 or so products that are GI tagged. So GI tagged, as you all would know, Darjeeling tea is a GI tag product. The tea comes from Darjeeling, and no other tea that is coming from other places cannot call themselves as Darjeeling tea. So in processed food, an example could be a Tirunelveli halwa or a Agra petha. Okay, so only products that are made there can be tagged with that. So what happens because of that? Because you are tagged geographically, the farmers in that location get a benefit, because if the demand is created for Agra petha, it has to only be made in Agra, and the farmers who are making those products or anybody who is in that processing will get the benefit. Now compare India's 200 with China. 10,000 products, 10,000 food products alone are GI tagged. Okay, so there is a huge opportunity. In fact, we were doing some listing, and some of that is there in the report. You can download it through ASSOCHAM, the link that ASSOCHAM will share. There are many products that you can identify in Telangana itself at a district level or at micro market level, which can be GI tagged, and then you promote those products through some platform to make sure that the product goes out of that region for consumption because of the better benefits that they are having, because they are having that additional benefit, and that's the reason why they are popular in that particular region. And it's important that that is taken out and marketed. So I feel these are the two interventions that can be taken through some policy interventions which will help the state as well as the country.
Yeah. Nicely said, Mr. Santosh. Yes, of course, government is doing its best to give incentives and all that in the form of interest subventions, grants and all that. And today, lakhs of crores are being given for developing the common infrastructures in the country. Yeah, as you said, of course, still we are lacking behind. The many countries, developed countries, or some developing countries also investing at least 5 to 6% of their GDP on the common infrastructure. We are at 0.5 to 1%. Not even, we haven't reached even 1%. So I think there's a long way to go, and with that, I think probably many people will get benefited. Sir, Mr. Benu.
I'd just like to share my first 10 years I had an opportunity to work in China, and we had a sourcing base in China, and if you happen to go to the northeast I had an opportunity to work in China, and we had a sourcing base in China, and if you happen to go to the northeast of about 8 months is under ice. It's about -20 to -40 degrees. The first time I went, and we were having a lunch, and after the lunch they served us watermelon.
So coming from India, watermelon means that it's only available in summer. So I asked the gentleman that, where do you get watermelon? Do you import it from Hong Kong? He said, no sir, I'll take you tomorrow. So he took me to this place where they grow. It's a simple bamboo greenhouse where they grow watermelon and green vegetables. So how do we bring in technology that affordable to the farmers? The second point is learning from China is that every last drop of food is processed. There is no national brand, there's a local brand, community brand, where they're able to process food, whether it is vegetables, whether it's grain, or whatever it is. So how do we focus on processing? We still are very poor in processing food. The third point is that they have a very good advisory system, that the farmer exactly knows what to put in the next season, what is the demand, and most of the farmers are connected to some part of the supply chain. So they know exactly if they grow 1 acre of any crop, what is the benefit they will have at the end of the harvest, because they exactly know the price what they get after the harvest. So this is very important for an Indian farmer. Most of the farmers are not connected to any value chain. If you go to Vietnam, if you go to Cambodia, the rice farmers, I would say 80% of the farmers are connected to some kind of a supply chain. At the harvest point, he knows that this is the money that I'm going to get up from 1 acre of land. So I exactly plan how my interculture operation cost would be, which we, at our point, we are really helpless. We have a project in Bihar, and I look at farmers who are growing lychee, and they don't have a proper pack house, they don't have a storehouse, and lychee is quite, very short in shelf life, and they struggle. And there's a huge export potential, but we don't have infrastructure for it. So how do we come together and create this kind of very practical steps for the farmers to improve their livelihood? Thank you.
Understood, Mr. Binu. I think you have rightly touched one point wherein, in fact, we have Israel Council today with us, and he is going to enlighten us with the new technologies, we have Israel Council today with us, and he is going to enlighten us with the new technologies, of course, we are lagging behind in that particular aspect, unfortunately. We are content vibrations being changed. Now I think we are slowly inclining towards that situation. Thank you once again. And Mr. Umesh, can you please?
I just tell about the story of the Maharashtra of the fruits and vegetable. How the Maharashtra has grown for the export and India. The pomegranate, grapes, then the tomato and the onions. They are grown the certain level, but further processing like increasing the life of the tomato. If you see the tomato price, sometime it will be 5 rupees, sometime it will be 50 rupees. That is the biggest gap. The processing or the value addition is the only way to do that. In the processing also, primary processing, there are certain technology has come which will increase the shelf life at the primary level only. There are certain technologies come where the ripening gets stopped, and you can stop the ripening of the tomato, and after washing you can use. So, and even the irradiation, there are now the Government of India and Ministry of Food Processing has planning to put up the near about 50 to 20 irradiation unit in the whole India, and the Maharashtra is, I think, doing the 5 units specifically for the onion, grains also. If you treated the grains through the irradiation process, it will long life for the more than 2 years. So these are the value addition of the technology intervention is required, and definitely the fruits and vegetable having the definitely potential, because as we have the variety of the fruits growing in the India, and that is our beauty, and that can be export to the all the countries. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Maharashtra is one of the states which have picked up so wisely and widely also. Of course, we have to follow Maharashtra. They are the people who has utilized also to the maximum extent. Since we are going behind questions if they are there, or you can meet us. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Please. Question. Please go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, good morning, sir. My question is regarding GI tag and how can we incorporate GI tag with milk production specifically for that there is a gap of some lakh liter, like 8 to 10 lakh liters in Telangana, and if we focus on more milk production, but how can we correlate it to GI tag, because we're supposed to make some products out of it, and I would like to have your thoughts on that.
I'll give you a broad principle about it, and we have to think about how it can be done specifically in dairy. GI tagging is about community ownership of that brand. Okay, that's what Biju was mentioning earlier about every community in China having a brand, which is probably the way the community branding is done over there. Now in milk, the challenge is that what is that uniqueness of that land, of that place, which can come in milk. That can only come if either you make a product which is unique to that market, or there is a breed which is only available in that particular region, because of which you can create a different kind of a product experience for the customer. If you don't have that different product experience, you won't be able to get any value out of it. It's just a GI tagging without having any value out of it. But that you have to think about. It requires definitely more thinking, and I'm sure agri universities and the dairy university and all will be able to come up with the ideas about it.
Got it? You need to have a Hyderabadi biryani like product in milk. then only you can.
So thank you, sir. Thanks for the interesting. Give a moment, token of momentum. Give a moment, token of momentum to. Rashika Silamgaru. Thanks to Santoshi. A special thanks to Umesh Kamleji. And thanks to Mr. Binuji. We'll have a group photograph, please. Session 2 would be a most interesting and global partnership thing. It would be the advancing the global partnership for agriculture development, facilitating cross-border agribusiness collaboration in India. So, I'll give you. The session will be moderated by Mr. Santosh Sridhar, the Senior Partner for Avalon Consulting. The esteemed panelists would be Mr. Yair Yosef, the Council for Trade and Economic Affairs of Israel in Bangalore for India. We request Mr. Yair to join us. And we have Dr. Kiran Kumar, the only Consul General for Republic of Bulgaria and also the CMD for Suchir India Group. So he will be representing the Republic of Bulgaria. I request Kiranji to join on, please. And we have Mr. Anju Basin, the Trade and Investment Commissioner, Alberta, High Commission of Canada, New Delhi. So I request Mr. Anuj to please come on. And we have Ms. Ananda, the Head of Corporate Communications and Public Affairs, East West States, India. So she is representing from the East West States, India. Thank you. I may kindly request Mr. Santosh to please take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, this is a very interesting point of discussion. See, as we grow in agri processing or food processing, the linkage of the country's value chain with global value chain becomes very important. And the value that the Indian farmer will get will come out of meeting the demand for the same product from across the globe, exploring as we try to grow our food processing industry. And in that context, it is very important for us to develop the kind of infrastructure that we need in India to be able to cater to the kinds of demand that is available globally, and also build our entire value chain, the supply chain, in such a way that we are able to produce or have the right kind of traceability of the product to be able to meet the requirements of those markets which are willing to pay a premium for the traceability. So in that context, this session is very important for us to get the panelists' experience, gather the panelists' experience on what's been their experience in their respective functions and in their organizations in this. And we would like to learn from this. It's an area where I am also looking at learning from the experience of panelists. So just to start, I will request Mr. Yair Osherov, because as you are someone who is representing your country to look at the trade partnerships with India, and specifically because this is a panel, this is a discussion about specifically food processing. I'd be interested to know what is your perspective on this topic.
Thank you, Santosh, and first thank you, ASSOCHAM, for this kind and colleagues who are here with me. I know you're probably already hungry, so let me start my talk. I'm going to talk about Donald J. Trump. I mentioned this name for two reasons. First, because whenever I say Trump, then it catches everyone's attention, and they say that it did the work here. But second, because what I really want to talk about is the economic nationalism Donald Trump represents, and that many other countries follow. I saw this trend personally. I arrived to India only 3 weeks ago to start my position as an economic attaché. But prior to that, I was part of the Israeli negotiation team with the United States on tariffs. Trade talks usually meant to open markets, but what I witnessed in the US, I saw more barriers, more restrictions, more protectionism, and less openness. Now, I fully understand the desire of self-reliance, and only in the 3 weeks I'm here in India, I already heard Bharat, Amanti Bharat, or I don't know how you say it right in Hindi, but the concept of self-reliance, I understand it. In agriculture especially, every country wants to secure its own food supply. India's program in these fields are ambitious and inspiring, but self-reliance cannot mean isolation. To truly advance and be self-reliant, you need both protection of local industry and openness to international cooperation, especially when it comes to technology.
this cooperation between Israel and India already show how powerful it can be. To illustrate this, I will share a few examples of this of areas of this collaboration. In drip irrigation, Israeli technologies through companies like Netafim has transformed hundreds of thousands of hectares across India, making farms more productive with less water. Netafim not only exports from Israel to India, but it even manufactures locally and works directly with governments and with farmers. Another important area of collaboration is the network of more than 20 centers of excellence in 13 states, including here in Telangana and South in Karnataka. These centers, built in the collaboration of Israel and India, train farmers in advanced technique of agricultural work. Every year, thousands of farmers benefit from them. And alongside this, Israel offers annual training programs for Indian students and farmers, both in India and in Israel, with hundreds more expected to take part in the coming 2 new years. We also see a collaboration through a joint innovation funds called I4F, which you might have heard of. It supports, again, it's a collaboration between the Indian and the Israeli government, and it supports Israeli and Indian companies that are co-developing agri-tech solutions from digital farming platforms to new seed varieties. And finally, we can see collaboration through digital agriculture. Israeli high-tech startups are working with Indian partners here in South India, but actually all across India, where drones and AI applications already help farmers monitor crop and detect problems early. Now, these examples, I think, are very impressive, but if we step back, we see that the overall trade in agriculture between India and Israel, this from the Israeli point of view, does not even place India as in one of the top 10 trade partners of Israel. Now compare this with the other main sector Israel is trading it, defense, okay? India is the third largest partner in defense, as both countries, as you know, share urgency in matters of national and of national security. So there's a big difference that you see between defense and agriculture, which is obvious. But when we look at agriculture, the urgency is no less real. Food security is just as critical as national security. Feeding our population sustainably is no less important than defending our borders. If shared security threats between India and Israel push us towards openness and partnership in defense, then shared food security challenges must push us towards openness and partnership in agriculture as well. So my message is quite simple. In a world that is closing itself off, agriculture must stay open. Across the globe, we need more collaboration, and it must be actively promoted by the government that I represent today, that create the right policies, by the private sector that need to invest and innovate, and by organizations like ASSOCHAM that brings partners together. Only by promoting this global cooperation at every level, we can unlock the full potential of agriculture innovation for a more secure, sustainable, and nourished world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I've been knowing about the kind of capabilities Israeli companies have brought in irrigation, in micronutrients. A lot of the products that are being sold in India have Israeli origin. But as you said, probably in an overall picture is still not very big. And as we move forward, probably that will happen. I want to cover perspective from Dr. Kiran Kumar, who is coming here as a representative, as a Consul General of Bulgaria. It would be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Santosh. As we are all aware that agriculture is not just creating, cultivating and harvesting anymore. It's creating more the global partnership. As far as the Bulgarian the side is concerned, we are when Bulgaria is looking at India for spices and for oil seeds and herbs and the rice. But as you are all aware that the organic, what we need to underline is the organic. So especially the Bulgaria is a part of EU, and it's a part of Schengen now. So the Bulgaria mostly it concentrates, on the lot of the teams they visited Telangana and Andhra, and they're visiting into the agriculture fields, and they're trying to understand what kind of process they go. And some of the companies, they wanted to come here and invest here in virgin lands where they'll be able to get associated with the farmers directly. A lot of but what from my consulate, what we are trying to do is we are trying to develop some apps where the traceability, where we are going to get a right product at a right place, and where we can sell it at a higher price in Bulgaria and Europe. This Bulgaria is like a gateway to Europe. It's very easy to get into the Bulgaria, and from Bulgaria you can penetrate it into Europe. So the need of the hour is, we need to understand when we wanted to develop the global partnership in the agriculture sector, we need to understand what is that, organic way of cultivation. So then we have that skill. India got Indian economy, the main pillar of Indian economy is an agriculture, and it is it is in our DNA, the agriculture. Most of us might be, from the agriculture background families, if you look at it. We need to educate, some of the, AI-based apps are available now, that we need to take it down to the grassroots level, so that the ground level farmers will get benefited, and they'll be able to sell their product across the globe.
Thank you so much. It's interesting to know the way you're thinking about Bulgaria as a window into the EU. In fact, after Brexit happened, one of the world, the English-speaking country in which a lot of trade was happening, that has stopped. So now we have, I think the EU FTA is also in the making. So kinds of relationships with specific countries within the EU, tap into that a market which is willing to pay a premium for organic and other the products that can be traced back to the farmers, and following the right kind of, is willing to pay a premium for organic and other the products that can be traced back to the farmers, and following the right kind of. So I'll want to hear from perspective from Canada on this, Mr. Anuj Bhasin.
I'd like to start by thanking ASSOCHAM and my firm. I represent the province of Alberta, specific areas where the value proposition that the province of Alberta can provide. So broadly on the food security parameter, it is more than $1 billion relationship that Canada and India has primarily in the commodity space, which shows that there is a lot of potential to expand it into other areas around technology, food processing, etc. So, in terms of the key commodities Canada exports comprises pulses, lentils, kidney beans, chickpeas. Alberta in itself contributes about 30% of the overall export. A lot of import lately has happened out of India in the areas of around basmati rice, with the rising South Asian diaspora that we have in Canada, a lot of spices, organic foods that were talked about in the earlier sessions. So there's a lot of appetite on that as well, to bring in diversity from a Canadian context. Specifically, if I want to talk about the opportunity areas, it's has been touched upon by my colleague with the Israeli embassy. There is strong potential in the areas of agri-tech, simply because water is a premium in India. So how can we have more focused technologies around that area to have to improve crop yields, precision farming, and these areas. Logistics is again a key area where the
two countries can collaborate actively, expanding the the basket of exports as well as imports to other areas like processed foods, cereals. I mean, so far it's primarily pulses and canola that we trade in. So can we expand that particular basket? Then improving crop yields, improving protein cluster development, because malnutrition is, especially amongst women, is an area where the two countries can work in a much more focused manner and resulting in outputs. Then technology partnerships to improve pulse productivity, yields for those companies who are looking to invest in Alberta or in Canada. I mean, I can specifically talk about Alberta with abundant arable land, cool, stable climate, and year-round high-quality traceable food production. It's a very compelling value proposition from a destination standpoint that Alberta provides. To top that off, there are investment incentives in terms of tax offsets, in terms of any innovative technology or innovative solution that is being developed. So there are grants available that can be talked about. Even at a farm level, if there is some sort of innovation focused on sustainability, there is a dedicated fund that supports investors. There are mobility programs as well, be it the provincial nominee program or through the startup visa program. We've seen a lot of agri-business entrepreneurs leveraging this particular opportunity to engage with Alberta and Canada. So maybe I'll close off on these tangents, and we'll be happy to explore further. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Anuj. I think you brought in one additional angle to it in terms of India being looked at as a market, because many times the discussion happens about what is the market to which we can export. But you brought in that, and I want to come back to that topic later. I kept Ms. Ananta to the end. Three people who were countries, and hear from you as that is in Agri-Input, and which is an MNC which has invested in India. View on this.
For organizing this session, India, which is regional vegetables, and it's been founded by late Dr. Simon Groot, who's a Dutch seedsman and who was the winner of the World Food Prize, creating quality vegetable seeds. But we also do a lot of farmer training through knowledge transfer programs, women farmer empowerment programs and such. So having said that, yes, a lot of illustrious speakers today have spoken about the potential of India, and I'd like to, especially with regard to vegetables, and I'd like to speak a little bit about the potential of the vegetables seed market in India, because that's where we come from, and the potential that it presents to us today. So basically, if you look at India, from being a consumer of global innovation today, we can say that we are on our way to becoming a global seed hub. We are among the top 10 exporters, vegetable seed exporters, according to Rabobank study, which was released in 2024. And we are already a partner of choice for many global companies for off-season multiplication of subtropical and tropical crops. And our market is slowly and steadily growing. Already our capabilities in vegetable production has grown year on year. Today we produce more than 200 million tons of vegetables every year, and it's increasing. And if you see the vegetable seed market in India, it is growing very well. We are at a CAGR of between 7 to 10, according to industry estimates. So it presents a huge, huge market potential. And what is also interesting is the trust that India is able to generate in the minds of our global companies, global, I would say, collaborators. because we have now demonstrated high adherence to quality and quality with scale. So the trust in us is increasing, and it's time we really capitalize on this trend that is there in the market today. But what is important at this point of time, if I were to say, is the way we look at it. Are we really capturing the value of the potential that this sector offers? Some of the illustrated speakers in the previous panels have pointed out, like for instance, the founder of 24 Letter, Mr. Rajshekar Reddy, said it's important we look at vegetables. Now we need to move away from the green revolution is all very good. We have a fantastic history, but now if we were to look beyond that, we are still stuck in the narrative of nutritional food security, but we need to move on towards nutritional security, and that can be achieved only if we look at more nutritional inputs such as vegetables, for instance. But for this, we need to be open to global collaborations. We need to bring in technology. We should be able to export our technology. All of this is very important. And I'll tell you one beautiful example of this collaborative exercise that has come about, which was basically conceptualized by Mr. Mikkel van Erkel, who was the agricultural counselor for the Dutch embassy in India. Now he has moved on to another important assignment. But thanks to his vision, he has brought together the Dutch embassy, the Seed NL, and Sadhguru Management Consultants to form Seed Secretariat, where the Indian companies or foreign companies with Indian presence can create a platform to discuss the problems or the potential of whatever the collaborative opportunities that are available to us to bring more growth to each of us. So this is a great example. Similarly, we need to look at the regulatory challenges that we have. The IP protection has to improve. If we are looking at global collaborations, this is important that we double back on innovation. We need to double back on quality. We need to double back on IP protection. And we need to make our stance very clear. And this is something which the government of India has to really pay attention and look at it in a broader perspective. Because we have gained a lot from so many companies coming into India, and there is a lot more to be achieved. We can easily become the global seed hub of the South. It is not beyond the imagination. It can be easily done. But creating, like for instance, some of the illustrated speakers also spoke about traceability today. We need to create infrastructures to test traceability as well. So these are the things that we need to focus on to bring this potential to the fore. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What I picked from what you said is that as a company, you are one of the companies that's looking at India as a potential market. It's a big opportunity here. Acting as a firm to grow the business for the South. Acting as a firm to grow the business for the South. So then,
what I would like to say is this vegetable seed sector in India offers a great potential. And this is something which needs to be recognized makers for this industry to forge partnerships. You said we are talking about global. We set our own regulatory mechanisms. It won't be easy.
Yeah.
We are still locked down with a lot of issues, and that is.
So that's an interesting point that you made. As a firm that is looking at this as an important market action and all becomes a government need to work on to get more of such investments. So in fact, that brings me to a question that I would like to analyze again. Global linkages with, there is possibility of export. You looking at India as a source, looking at India as a market, and also you mentioned about R&D collaboration and all, which is about sourcing talent in a way, to promote some of the things that you would want to do. And Israel has already invested, Israeli companies have already invested in India. There's a lot more trade happening in other sectors like defense you mentioned, and there are possibility to do more with Israel. So that gives us, like, there is one set that is looking at India as a source for products. There's one set that is looking at India as a very big market, 1.4 billion population, and if there is a possibility of selling into the country, that becomes a great opportunity. And then you have firms that are looking at India as an investment opportunity to say that, okay, here's a huge market where investors could come in and invest, and the investors could get much better returns on investment and grow globally as well. So I want to know from the panelists, if there were one focus area for you, what would that be of these options? And if things were to be better for you, what would be that one thing which you would want? Like you mentioned the IP part, I would like to hear from the others as well as to what is that one initiative that government should take for easing your doing business with India in whichever area you're looking at. I would open it to anyone who would want to pick it up because it's a new question that's come up. Would you like to?
Okay, so first of all, with regard to imports, actually the Israeli market are looking for and Israeli retailers want to import from India. The size of less than the population in Israel is less bad. So unfortunately, we don't really interest exporters. So what I would want to achieve is that quite good relations with big corporations like Tata Coffee and others. We do want to get to the mid-level, to the SMEs, and of course, eventually to the private farmer. It would be harder time for him, for the invest now in learning new techniques, but we want to somehow make this, to have this bridge from only to the big corporations, but also.
That's a very nice question. So why? So then we have, big players like pretty decent inroads. But from an impact perspective, protein cluster to address the issue of malnutrition, which is fairly prevalent, and on one of the earlier panels it was talked about not only women, children could be shared, and then we look at creating this impact on improving the livelihood of the citizens of both the countries.
I feel that we need to focus on the fruits and the vegetables with as they rightly quoted about take care of the market. Even for the Africa and other countries, they are really protein supplements and all. I mean, these if you focus on this, and we have our own which are not popularized, and we need to promote it, sell it across the globe. We are bringing it from across the globe, from outside to India. I mean, this dragon fruit, etc. It's not our native. In the fair and the different, the nutritious fruits are. Native fruits are there. If you are able to, promote it properly, and if you develop a market outside the borders, then it will be a nice initiative. For this, government also market outside the borders, then it will be a nice initiative. For this, government also some incentive get benefit out of it, and if you go to the villages and all, it's a very, they know the how to cultivate it and how to develop it. But we need to develop. I mean, we educate them. What is export quality? That's a very important thing. Then it's a huge market itself.
Exactly, just as Mr. Kiran Kumar said. In fact, I wanted to stress on that. Our smallholder farmers they are not export ready. They are not having any awareness how to export to different markets. There is so much potential. But there has to be a very well-planned awareness strategy on what are the do's and don'ts. For instance, just in the July last week, we had a vegetable seed conference in New Delhi, and where we had the bureaucrats who had just attended this session. And after a lot of debate, they said, all right, you give us a set of export countries you want to focus on, and we'll help you draft whatever the approvals required if you were to export to these countries. So there has to be a well-planned strategy to impart this awareness to our smallholder farmers. That is the one which presents the max, because so many mangoes will go and come back, shrimps will go and come back, and this will be the reality, and they don't know what to do. They don't know how to approach these problems that they are facing. So this is one aspect. And the second thing is the traceability aspect of it. If we don't create the infrastructure to test the traceability, where are we bringing the entire product life cycle, whatever the agriculture products that we have, we will not be able to get credibility in the global market. So this is something which all of us should push for as ambassadors for this industry. And of course, the third thing is the regulatory reform. I'm repeating myself, but at the cost of doing that, I would say that when we have, we have the BDA, access to benefit sharing, all of these are there, but it should not slow down the process of innovation for either Indian companies or the other companies which are there in India. So these are the key things which we need to focus on.
So interesting, Ms. Ananta and Dr. Kiran Kumar spoke about the same point. I want to give an example of how kiwi fruit, for example, a decade back it was hardly any popular in India, but today it is sold in small thelas, right? It's gone into the households. A decade back it was hardly any popular in India, but today it is sold in small thelas, right? It's gone into the households. Of one country, one company is a collective called Zespri that actually is a collective called Zespri that actually popularizing the everywhere. Can we do this for our products which are unique market? For example, today there's so much of Thai guava is that coming into India. Guava was supposed to be become a export food. So a collective's initiative, for example, a cooperative coming in or a government's initiative to make sure that the product happens, because that what basically that does is that it increases the demand, and that helps us to get better realization for the product. We have a lot of points that have come up here. Before to add, which probably has not come in the discussions or was not asked before we asked those.
So just one quick thing, specifically from a Canadian context, we've talked about there are various tools that are available. It's a known fact that there are trade missions, there are research collaborations. However, if it is more related interest, there are setting up or conceptualization to setting a process. So please do connect with us on that. If we have the Trade Commissioner Service ably led by Mr. Vikram Jain. He's a Trade Commissioner. So all I'm trying to say is that there are various tools that are available to access and benefit from this particular opportunity, and they are all available free of cost. That's it. Thank you.
So I'll take this opportunity to actually list out the challenges if we were to become the global seed hub. So greater phytosanitary alignment and faster clearances for seed trade, so farmers can get seeds on time. Faster and transparent import approvals for global germplasm testing, which is critical to keep breeding current. Dedicated channel for import of seed for multiplication and re-export, which is today is missing, yet essential for India's role as a reliable production base. And stronger intellectual property and PVP enforcement to curb counterfeit and illegal seeds, thereby protecting both farmers and genuine innovators. Robust seed quality traceability system so that India's exports consistently meet OECD, EU and other countries like Japan standards. Thank you.
I really like that point about the approvals for re-export. It's almost like creating an SEZ for seed production, right? So you don't bother too much about getting domestic approvals for re-export. It's almost like creating an SEZ for seed production, right? So you don't bother too much about getting domestic because that's a big hurdle everywhere. Wherever you go for with seeds, it becomes a big challenge for you to get that approval. You have to go through the process of growing there, getting the showing that the product is growing, there are no other issues and all that thing. But if it is for re-export, why not? So one could think about how to push that in the among the policymakers. So thank you so much. I would like to open this for some any questions that the audience may have.
Good morning, all of you. We were discussing with all fruits and vegetables. Rightly, Madam, agree with you because of government can support the grassroots level farming community because of seeds is the most important product in the. Actually, the natural foods also available in our Telangana. Custard apple is the most rich fruit in our area. That is no processing unit, no marketing, no sales. Telangana is a very rich quantity of the custard apple in Shadnagar and our areas also. Mangoes also, that the berry apple in Shadnagar and our areas also. Mangoes also, that the berries and but government take initiation to establish the infrastructure for the processing units and other supporting units. Because of I was always thinking I am a grassroots level NGO, Eco Club Paryavarana Parishana Samstha in Mahbubnagar. We are working with the farmers, more than 5,000 farmers in our district, Telangana, Mahbubnagar, since 25 years. But because of still it is lacking of the behind the struggling of the improve of the farming community, but doubling of income and also sorts. But request all the panels to laptop to land the land should be required for this. So many processing, so many systems are developing in laptops only, but it come down to the land level to the required, sir. Thank you for it.
Did you have a question or just had a comment?
But the government policies to come down to the infrastructure development at the grassroots level, all the available fruits and vegetables and everything, cropping pattern also, sir. Okay,
I have one or two issues with respect to seed. I think ours is the seed hub for the entire country and also talk of world. So we have something around 450 companies. And this seed mainly on vegetables. So there's a lot of scope for export and also companies. And this seed mainly on vegetables. So there's a lot of scope for export and also and in addition to that, normally what is happening is this hybrid and our local varieties we have from the university. Those are to be promoted because in some countries there is a lot of demand for straight varieties instead of hybrids. So the straight varieties are available with the public institutions. So actually nowhere the public institutions are involved, particularly universities and ICR institutes are not actively involved in the seed production and also seed collaboration with the companies. So this needs to be looked at, and Israel, I think we are at least practicing most of the best management practices in horticulture compared to the agriculture, whether it is fruits or vegetables. And as for the Canada and just now you said, I think we would like to have some kind of research collaboration. And probably you can help us, our university, we are proactive and would like to do. So whatever the issues that are at different levels are to be flagged separately, so that we can take it to at different levels. And earlier panel also they were talking about the GI tagging. Already our university is in the forefront. We did for Warangal Chapata chilies and Agriculture Society did for the Tandoor Kandi. And we have actually proposed for another 11 products from our university, almost, and also just now Sitapal and all that. So this way we can actually, and creation of lot of awareness that is actually missing. Every farmer is skeptical about their own produce. So with simple techniques they can improve upon the quality of the produce, so that they will get the they will fetch the good market price, and also export standards for small farmers they should learn. So I think these are some of the views.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy.
If I were to just address one of the aspects of what you've told is, if the problems need to be flagged for seed industry, there is too much of regulatory challenge. One of the aspects of what you've told is, if the problems need to be flagged for seed industry, there is too much of regulatory challenge, which is at states. Every state, agriculture is still a state subject. So every time there is a license challenge, every time you have to go through this, and that slows down innovation pipeline. That is one aspect. And if you're talking about, this is the problem of the seed companies. I've already told about the regulatory challenges, which actually are slowing down the innovation part. Now, if you come to the farmer point of view, of course, we have talked about awareness, but the previous panel have highlighted a very interesting point, where in China they have connected with the supply chain. They are connected with a supplier. So why is it that we do not have even today any connection like that, where it is 360 degrees? We have seed production, but we don't have any advisory. One of the speakers also spoke about advisory for forward prices. Why is it not still easily available to the farmer? Why don't we have a very well-defined system where we can give this opportunity to the farmer to plan what are the, even today, it's always guessing, And if you see the tomato farmers is a great example. All of us know what happens to tomato. Every year we see this, it's heart-rending to see. The farmer doesn't even lift his harvest off his, because even that money also will not come to him. He will simply dump it in his farm. And this kind of heart-rending stories we are seeing everywhere. And today, we have adopted some of the high-value crops. We are doing very well. We are one of the exporters. But if we don't work at the back end and create that infrastructure to support the farmer, so this will not work very well. So that is something which we need to do. Work on a 360 degrees where we can bring this produce and help him to plan his schedule, especially with the climate change. This is happening more and more. Last year was terrible. All of us experienced this. The seasons have moved. We don't know when it's going to hit us. It's already happening. So this is something which all of us need to be aware of. So this kind of planning has to be done collaboratively. Now, I'm not saying only government does it, but why don't we as private partners do it? Why don't we collaborate with the governments? You have talked about very important aspect, partnership, like a PVP, PPP is what I mean, where we can all work together, create a model which can become an example for the others. We are very open at East West in India to experiment anything. I'd like to say this, and I wanted to add this.
One thing I would like to add, actually, earlier speakers about China, so all those things are there in India. It's not that they are not available. They are working in different places, isolation. We have to bring them into a chain so that entire system should work. Agro-advisory system we have, market intelligence we have, but how to break the nexus, this marketing nexus. So that we are working on that. And really, if you just cut down one or two intermediaries in vegetable market, I think farmers will be very happy. So those things are to be looked at from the point of view of the government. Government actually should look at. Intervention is really required. How to cut that one. Even you see, just surrounding Hyderabad, there is a market, Vantimamidi. There is a lot of nexus. Though it is a very small market, one fellow will come and he will not purchase. That fellow should come and purchase this particular product. There are so many issues. These issues can be sorted out if there is a political will.
All right, thank you so much. So this was a very helpful and useful session for me. I learned a lot in this, and I hope all of you also have. For me, one of the key takeaways is that, see, there's representation from 3 countries here, and there's so many things that you are all trying to do. And I'm sure there's so many more out there who are also trying to plug in with the same ecosystem. It's a bit scattered in some way, the initiatives that are there, and probably organizations like ASSOCHAM can become a platform where this kind of information can be disseminated, and also support firms like East West to make their point, because when they go individually, it's probably not possible for them to influence, but through a panel like or a platform like ASSOCHAM, it's possible for us to make these points. So with that, I would like to conclude this and hand it over to ASSOCHAM.
Thanks, Santoshji. The points are well noted. We'll try to make it, and we'll try to include some of the key recommendations accordingly, and see that all are well connected and well collaborated with us. And thanks for the same. And we have really the extreme and the excellent platform for the excellent platform with ASSOCHAM working with you. And the session was well moderated and well played accordingly. May I request Rambabu Garu to just share a token of appreciation, a memento to all the panelists. So this is a seed Ganesha. So it is an eco-friendly product, and it's a kind of a thing where after the maybe the 5 days of the puja, what we do for this Ganesh Chaturthi, the idol can be immense in the home only, and this can be planted somewhere where an organic seed would be generating from the same, and it will be very eco-friendly, and it's a medicinal kind of a plant, and the seedling and the saplings are organic material, and is also well, it's a kind of a, like maybe the plant would be a tulsi, neem, or any of the organic sapling which is being worshipped in all our AP and Telangana. Thank you. May I request Rambabu Garu to please to Ms. Anandaji. Thank you, ma'am. And to Mr. Hoya, yeah. Say a token of appreciation from our end, sir. And to Santoshji. To Dr. Kiran. To Mr. Anuj. We'll have a group photograph, please. Thank you, and a kind request to all the delegates. So we'll just break for lunch, but after the lunch we have an extremely excellent and interesting session on the banking sector. So the session 3 would be focusing on the technology and finance. It catalysts for the growth in food industry, digitalization, smart tech, cold chains, innovation, finance and mechanism. So we have the excellent speakers from the SBI, NABARD, Mulkunur Cooperative, and also the session would be moderated by the Mr. Gopinath to take it more further interesting on this. So, and also we have a special plenary from the CGM, the Chief General Manager of NABARD in the second half. So because of his absence in the morning session, he wanted to join in the second half, and he wanted to interact with all. And it will be an interesting and more better thing to interact with the CGM NABARD and to just discuss the points and to share your feedback and take the inputs from accordingly. So thanks to all, and we'll break for the lunch and join in accordingly. Thank you.
struggling to get the finances. So under this we can say the government of India is also giving additional upfront subsidy. That is the difference upfront and back-ended. So back-ended, that loan amount will be adjusted against the last installment. In upfront, it will be getting as part of equity. So because of that, debt equity ratio is maintained, and so despite that, this fund is not picking up that, so there we find doing appraisal of the project, and we financed it to state governments also and corporations. There we find PPP mode projects that the viability gap is there. Though they are economically justifiable for the society, for the country, if you do the in terms of returns, but if you do in terms of commercial viability, if you calculate NPVs and all those things, they will not be fitting. So for that we need viability gap funding. So government also working on that. Then additional venture capitals are required. So nobody will come back to that. I will explain in subsequent sessions.
Yeah, thank you, Rao Garu. I think we will come back to you because now you have said that NABARD is also directly funding certain projects directly also. So how you can give some directions to the entrepreneurs here. Now we will come to Praveen Garu. Praveen Garu, now directly also. So how you can give some directions to the entrepreneurs here. Now we will come to Praveen Society and its great achievements. But what we would like to know from you additionally is what are your, let's say, new thought process, new ideas, and how you want to, let's say, the next 10 years, how this society is going to grow leaps and bounds, and what are the, let's say, current challenges in your sector in terms of finance, or let's say, what are the challenges for your organization?
Good afternoon. Almost we are 68 years old cooperative, which we started in the year 1956. Suppose we are sharing with our experience to other cooperatives or FPOs. They say it is not possible for us to do like such a cooperative, because such a huge cooperative has become now, because it's almost 400 crores turnover, and we spread about we have 2 rice mills of each 4 ton, and 7 seed processing units, and 1 cotton ginning and pressing unit we have. Then we have diesel and petrol pump, gas station. Then we have gas distribution. We have infrastructure and storage facility in 18 centers. So such a huge corporate, when you other FPOs or other corporates who want to do some activity, I think by seeing such a huge cooperative, it is, they feel that they should do all these things. But it's not that. When we started, it is with 1 employee, and we have 373 members. Today we have about 130 employees on payroll, and today we have 7,500 farmer members. And of course our serial number goes about 15,000. That means another 7,500 have been members and then passed away. So that is, and our activities goes with input supply, that is fertilizers and pesticides and seeds. And then we give credit to the farmers on crop loan, and not only crop loan, and rest elsewhere we could see that farmers do not need much of the crop loan, but they need term loans. That is medium term loans and long term loans, which they go for investment in production of the produce of their agriculture, whatever the produce, because they are leveling of land, purchasing of tractors, deepening of their well or new well, pipeline, or implementations like technology implements and all those things, drone you can say, harvester you can say, all those things to mechanization also that is there, which the farmers need today. So all these needs have been met by us at one doorstep. If suppose they give one application for us, next day that suppose they need a harvester, it has been sanctioned. Second day the tractor has been sanctioned. So there is no restriction in that. So in mechanization also we help the farmers to get so that farmers can get employment in that. They can go for cultivation their own farm, and they can go for hiring for other farmers. So that is one. Again, they go for, after all these things done, the produce has come up. When the produce has come up, where they should go. Now you see in the papers that they got to sell their produce elsewhere in the market. That is where today everybody all of us are speaking about FPOs, what the produce should be done. And like today in the morning they were saying the tomato has been thrown out, or if you can see even paddy, there is no buyers for 1 month, or even the government want to buy it, they take almost 1 month to buy those paddy. That's the thing you can, because it is not been weighed. Even IKP centers also been happening. But in our centers, what we do, it is weighed the same day when the farmer brings the produce. The same day it is being weighed, and next day it is being adjusted to this loan account. So after that, it is stored. When the price increases, we will process them and sell it to the market. That is the thing. So another example I can give, of course, the farmers go for the coarse variety where the government is buying, that is which we don't consume. Generally it is consumed under 1 rupee kg. Then we consume the fine rice. So even the farmer, they produce the coarse rice, but they consume the fine rice. That is what's happening. So what we did, we want farmers, like, we had a good brand name. So we were selling the fine rice. It was a shortage for us. So what we asked, why don't you produce the fine rice so that we can give a higher price, or we can give an additional bonus for that. But still they were farmers running. Then we started increasing the price in the market, above the market price about 100 to 200 rupees. Then we realized the value addition. We branded our rice as the Mulkunur rice. When we realized the profits, we started sharing another 200 rupees for them. The next year, we have surplus of the fine rice. So that's where in the morning sessions, how we should make the farmers to grow some of the varieties, either vegetables or fruits, and then. So some organization should be there to buy those produce, and it should be guaranteed for the farmers too that we are going to buy. Unless we guarantee the farmer that we are not going to buy them, then he won't produce those products, either it is vegetable, either it is fruits. So here is an example where should the farmers, we buy your fine rice, we pay you more initial stage, 100 or 200, then later stage we can pass on the profits. So these are the examples. Next year we attend the profits when we started sharing that. And somebody use our rice as Mulkunur rice, they continue to use it. We are selling almost, we have 50 outlets of our own. Almost we spread in Warangal, Karimnagar surroundings, then Hyderabad, some places we are there. That's all. Another example I can give as a paddy seed. Almost we sell in Telangana, and we are selling almost 60 years we are selling paddy seed. So almost the farmers who are using today, almost 3rd or 4th generation farmer using our paddy seed. So if somebody use our paddy seed, I can say they continue to receive. Even though stiff competition is there with the private people, but once our seed is there in the dealer network, first it is sold. If it is not there, then other private seed companies is being sold because of the quality. And the farmer who buy our seed, they feel that this is produced by the farmers, because the cooperative is by the farmers, so they know that the Raitule is produced, so they know that it is not be cheated. So that's the way the assurance they have that we do. So that the DO tagging what we are speaking, we don't have DO tag, but the tag of Mulkunur we have, where even the farmer buy that it is produced by the farmers of the Mulkunur, so it's 100% guaranteed. So that is a guarantee we have. That's all. So we almost we have good margins in the seed also that we do. Third is we went for the cotton. We bale the cotton in the market. We have the price of, suppose private ginners, above that we have about 1,500 rupees more than the what they sell to the spinners. They also pay us more. So because of the quality we buy the farmers, and after realization that we again give back profits to the farmer. Another examples, we have promoted women dairy cooperative, that is a milk cooperative, and almost here it is again we say that is a tagging Mulkunur milk. So lot people like we are more dominant in Warangal and Karimnagar, and with the highest sales in there margin. So there I can give an example, like Amul came there to Warangal. They want to, because Mulkunur is selling a lot milk, why don't we go to Warangal and sell in Warangal? So they tried to sell for 6 to 1 year. They burned their fingers. They went out of the Warangal, because what happened there, they said, why then they went for what? Why our, because we are leaders in whole of the country, how come we could not able to sell in Warangal? So they went for a survey. So they asked the households, why are you buying our Amul milk? They says, when our Mulkunur is there, why should we buy your Amul? So that was the slogan given to the door when they studied. Then they went out of the Mulkunur, even though their price was 3-4 rupees lesser. That's one. Another example I can give, the Karnataka Milk Federation. After they went out, they came. They also reduced the price, 3-4 rupees per liter and 5 rupees liter, and given lot of discounts to the agents also. The same thing happened. They were there for 1 year. Again, they left out of the Warangal, because a lot of logistics they got losing in that. Because when the truck comes, at least they should sell 10,000. How much they are selling? 2-3,000. So almost per liter they got to increase 5 rupees or 10 rupees more on the logistics. So they were put under loss. So again they went out from the Mulkunur. Again they are dominant in the whole of the Karnataka. You know, Karnataka Milk Federation, they are now dominant in Karnataka. So you can see the giants. So we could do. And that's where, you know, that tagging what we are saying, there's Mulkunur milk, we have a tag. So that's where we could dominate in the, that's where when we go for products. So the women buying at Warangal or Karim, they don't know who are producing. So how the marketing we did, you know, we send our producers, milk producer women to market. In initial stage, all our women went to door in Warangal. You buy our milk. We are producing the milk. It is from our buffalo or cow. Please buy our milk. So that is the strategy, initial stage we did it. Now all the women in Warangal can elsewhere know that the women, they are producing their own cooperative. So we buy only the Mulkunur milk or even the curd or the ghee. So these are things the examples of them. So these are the examples with our examples. I think somebody is going to start with either FPO or any product. You can learn from us, and anything still further we can interact in further session. Yeah.
Very inspirational. So that is the power of, you know, that's the beauty of India. You have place for big companies, small companies, big brands, small brands. Everybody has a place as long as you're honest and have that's the beauty of India. You have place for big companies, small companies, big brands, small brands. Everybody has a place as long as you're honest and have okay, now we'll go to Krishnamurthy Garu. Sir, you are running one of the biggest or the largest bank in India. From food and agriculture point of view, what are the kind of government schemes or central government schemes that are very popular in your bank? How you are supporting those schemes, because there may be a lot of entrepreneurs here, and what are the, because everybody says, I was also a banker in the past, so I'm on your side. But the popular thing is, whenever we go to a bank, they say no. So what is the hygiene, or let's say what are the things that entrepreneurs should keep it in mind to avail these government incentives and make their life easy and focus only on business rather than running behind a bank? Please.
Thank you, sir. First of all, big round of applause for Mulkunur. Very inspiring story. And I'm very fortunate that I was a chief processing officer for their renewal proposal last year. So Mulkunur, I've read that entire, And when Sir was said everything, what Sir told, everything was there in the proposal. I was, in fact, indirectly connected to Mulkanur also. Thank you. Now coming back to the point of discussion, there are so many schemes available in the market for the farmers and the startup companies of food processing industry. Sir, what Narsingh Sir was telling me, telling to the forum, like most of the subsidies in food processing industries are back-end now. Most of them. Per se, for example, I'll quote one processing unit, one activity, National Livestock Mission. Now, National Livestock activity is, I'm quoting an example. The unit cost of rearing a sheep unit or a goat unit, costing of the project cost of 1 crore. What could be the subsidy amount? Anybody can guess. 50% cap of 50 lakhs. So 50 lakhs is a subsidy under NLM scheme per entrepreneur. This 50 lakhs will be given in as a back-end subsidy in 2 installments. Once the loan is sanctioned and the project is implemented, 25 lakhs is released. Later on, when the project is completed, another 25 lakhs is released. So 1 crore project cost, 50 lakhs is a subsidy, his margin money is only 10 lakhs, bank is funding 40 lakhs. To ensure that the project is completed without, because subsidy is back end, so bank has taken the responsibility of financing the subsidy portion also. So out of 1 crore, we'll give you 90 lakhs. 10 lakhs is your percentage, your margin is only 10 lakhs. So as and when the subsidy is released by the concerned department, the subsidy is adjusted to the loan account, loan will come back to 40 lakhs. So the project, the delay in implementation of the project or delay in getting the subsidy from the government, the entrepreneur is not affected because the subsidy portion is also financed. So these kind of subsidies are available, that is one. Second is most important what right now in food processing industry is, government has launched Agricultural Infrastructure Fund, AIF. In Agricultural Infrastructure Fund, what it says is, an entrepreneur is eligible for 3% interest subvention. Interest subvention of 3%, for a period of 7 years. For a loan of 2 crores. If an entrepreneur takes a loan of 2 crores, Government of India is going to give interest subvention of 3% for 7 years and also collateral free. It says that you have to pay CGTMSE. CGTMSE is Credit Guarantee Trust Fund. The entrepreneur will pay 1% of the loan amount to CGTMSE fund, trust, and the entire fees is refunded by central government to the entrepreneur. Therefore, the collateral security is zero. Up to 2 crores, you can avail Agriculture Infrastructure Fund loan with a subsidy of 3%, interest subvention of 3% and zero collateral security. And it gives a very big boost for the farmer entrepreneurs to avail 2 crore loan without any collateral security, and that too 3% interest subvention, which works out about 22-23 lakhs in a period of 7 years. That much amount he is going to get back as interest subvention. Therefore, that interest subvention is created to the loan account. So the loan account also come down, it gets closed very early. The 23 lakhs is a very huge amount for an entrepreneur to start up. And next one is, in this Agricultural Infrastructure Fund, any activity post-harvest till the time it reaches to the consumer's table, any activity, the entire supply chain is involved into Agricultural Infrastructure Fund. Sir was quoting that it is only on laptop, it is not on the land. This Agricultural Infrastructure Fund takes care of that. To implement a project...
sorry to interrupt. Any good examples of type of projects supported by...
Yeah, coming to that. Now, Agricultural Infrastructure Fund, sir was telling me to quote any activity. Any activity post-harvest from the ground level to reaching the table of the consumer, it can be packing industry, it can be grading, sorting, harvesting, post-harvest mechanism, storing in the godowns, anything, entire supply chain, it is into food processing industry and Agricultural Infrastructure Fund, wherever the project cost is up to 2 crores. That project cost can be more than 2 crores also, but government support is available up to 2 crores. so that you get benefit of. Most of the startup entities with 2 crores project cost, so many food processing industries can come up. On an average, we process about 25 to 30 proposals in a month. On an average, every day we process 1 proposal. Most of the proposal project cost is generally around 2.5 to 3 crores. So there's, sorry.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Yeah. Most of the project costs around 2.5 to 3 crores. So 2 crores is an ideal amount. Maybe government has thought of that thing. 2 crores is an ideal amount for any food processing industry to start an entity, start a company. 2 crores is an ideal amount, and most of the projects can start with that initial amount of 2 crores. Now coming back to there is one more product in our bank that is called agriculture entrepreneur loans. Agriculture entrepreneur loans. In this activity, in this particular product, whatever is over and above the 2 crores of agriculture infrastructure fund, that can be financed here, because the rate of interest is only 8.4% in this fund, agriculture entrepreneur loans. This agriculture entrepreneur loan covers entire spectrum of agriculture industry sector, entire agriculture sector. Whatever you want to do, which is not covered in the 2 crores project, it is not sufficient, we can cover that into agriculture entrepreneur loans. Entire spectrum, you name it, we are there.
And for this collateral is mandatory,
I'm coming, sir. Sir is also banker, but he's very...
I'm asking all your questions, please support me.
I'm halfway, I'm saved. He is covering my topics also. So that is reminding me, I'm thankful for that. The collateral security part I'll come. In agricultural infrastructure fund, the collateral security part is taken care by CGTMSC fund, where you pay the fees and which is refunded. So 2 కోట్ల దాకా మీకు సెక్యూరిటీ ఇబ్బంది లేదు. ఇక్కడ అగ్రికల్చర్ ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ ఫండ్లో the collateral security requirement is 40% of the loan amount. 40% of the loan amount is collateral security, but not every farmer is ready to have that SURFACE complaint. Bank ki saripeda collateral security offer cheyadam undakapochu. Andar దగ్గర ఉండవు. Most of the farmers or entrepreneurs may not be having that kind of security available. So what they do is, what we have designed is, we can cover this also into CGTMSC up to 5 crores. Now it is enhanced to 10 crores. Up to 10 crores daga kuda meer security lekapayina kuda, if you pay 1% fees according to your loan amount, anta fees meer CGTMSC katte, central government will stand as collateral security to the bank. So collateral security issue is also resolved. ఒకవేళ మీ దగ్గర collateral securities offer చేయడానికి ఉంటే, that security value should be 40% of your loan amount. ₹1 ఉంటే 40 లక్షల వాల్యూ ఉన్న ప్రాపర్టీ బ్యాంక్ ఇస్తే we can process your loan. But out of my experience, what I can see, most of the startup companies, entrepreneurs, bank వచ్చినప్పుడు, they come with an idea, very good idea, but they don't come with a detailed DPR, because the idea, knowledge, what you have, we may not be having, because we work with only figures, papers and documents. That knowledge, ground level idea meeku untunnadi. As an entrepreneur, you will be having that idea. You have to explain that idea to us, and you come up with a DPR, detailed project report, how it works. What is the starting, what is the ending, what is your margins. Ivanni meeru aa DPR, your idea, if it is told to a chartered accountant, or if you also, DPR came formal, then there is no format for any DPR. Just that we want to know how it works. Start point to end point daka, what is the process, what is the operating cycle, how it takes care. మీ మార్జిన్స్ ఎలా, మీ ప్రోడక్ట్ ఎక్కడ అమ్ముతారు, మీ రా మెటీరియల్ ఎక్కడ కొంటారు, how much time it takes to process the goods, మీ మార్జిన్, ఇవన్నీ ఈ బేసిక్ థింగ్స్ అన్నీ మీరు డిపిఆర్లో ఇంకార్పొరేట్ చేయగలిగితే, విచ్ వీ కెన్ అండర్స్టాండ్. It will be very easy for any banker, not only any co-banker, it will be very easy for them to process the loan. ఒకసారి లోన్ ప్రాసెస్ అవ్వడానికి DPR is the basic fundamental Bible అండి. If DPR is clear and financial flow is clear, cash management, cash flows clearగా ఉంటే కనుక, banker will easily take up any proposal for agriculture. Agriculture priority sectorలో ఉంది, and we really giving so much of priority for agriculture segment. Any banker for that matter, we are focused on developing agriculture infrastructure in the country.
Great, sir. Now I think we will come back to you again.
Yeah.
There will be, we'll give more chance for audience to ask questions.
And I want most of the questions coming from audience.
Correct.
Yeah.
So now we will come to our Narsingh Garu. Sir, we know that NABARD also supports some startups. Am I correct? I think we heard there are certain specific schemes to support the startup ecosystem in India. Can you explain those schemes and how any prospective entrepreneur with a startup idea can avail the benefits?
Sir has already sir has already one more scheme I would like to add in that is PMFME, that Pradhan Mantri Formula Micro Enterprises. And in the country, as I said, this food processing sector is unorganized sector. More than 25 lakhs units are in this unorganized sector. Mostly they are managed by family-owned businesses. So to come into the organized sector, the government has launched this scheme where 35% of subsidy is provided to smaller units up to 10 lakh maximum cap. So this is flagship scheme presently that NABARD is also providing refinance to the banks under this scheme. That wherever this loan is sanctioned by the banks to this under these schemes, the NABARD will provide the concessional refinance to this at the rate of 4%. So this one more scheme I want to add, and like sir has told that regarding this startups. So directly NABARD doesn't work with like startups, but NABARD is having one subsidiary, NavVenture, where we have NavVenture fund. And recently that Agri-Sure fund is instituted with the contribution from the Government of India and NABARD side with corpus of 750 crore, where we establish, like we are doing the investment in the startups like which are high risk, high impact and innovative, mostly IT based or some kind of that innovative models. They come they may be early stage or mid stage. There we invest in that. There are many, you might be aware about AGOs and all that investment earlier we had. So we are working with this through our subsidiaries. So and other thing that this fund is having like two components. That one is direct scheme component where directly investment through these startups, and the other is through that FOF, through other alternate 1 and alternate 2 AIF model through that they will invest in turn to the startups. So there 450 and 300 crore that breakup is there for direct through scheme. 300 crore that out of 750 that is corpus allocated. So that is how it works.
Right. Thank you, Narsingh Garu. Now again we will come to Praveen Garu. Sir, maintaining, running such a large cooperative society, I know it is not easy. While everybody discusses the success part of it, there will also be challenges to keep everything integrated and running in on one line. So what are the challenges in such kind of in a large enterprise where you are doing everything, and at the same time some guidance? Let's say tomorrow, I don't know whether this is the right time for building few more cooperative societies in India. Is the time correct for present generation in India? Your view, sir?
Whoever visitors who come there, this is a question they ask. Unless they ask this, they don't leave our premises. That's one. That's the thing. Initial stage, what is the bottleneck of the thing? Because everybody, they started cooperative or FPO and everything. They start there. With what is the stake of the farmers and who are the users, they don't know. Here what happens, when you start an FPO or any organization, there should be user member should be there. That means 100% he should use that activity. If it is vegetable, that means he should grow vegetable. If it is fruits, that means the farmers who are members, they should produce fruits. Either it is 1 or 2 or 3. So if it is paddy, then they all should produce paddy. If it is seed production, then they all should go for seed production. And you make members who does not grow anything and they are members, their stake will not be there. Suppose you want to put any rule, anything want to benefit of the cooperative, this is why we don't cooperate with you. Where it happens, suppose we collect share capital. We want to collect share capital, this is I don't pay share capital. Then why is a member? Because user should be the member, then only he has a stake in that. Any rule or regulation you want to put it, that should be passed in general body. Then the majority of them, they are their outsiders, then it will not get passed in the general body. So what happened? You should have 100% user member, then that is the bottleneck of the any FPO. Now still people who are forming that FPO, you go and check back. What are the activity you are doing? How many members who are doing that activity? Just like that you make member and they don't, suppose any activity you do, that is one. Second, unless you put their stake in that cooperative, their stake should be there in the cooperative. And you say, oh, they are not paying money. If they are not paying money, then no use, because the services they are going to benefit later stage. Initially you have got to convince them that later stage these benefits you have to get it, then got to share the amount. Initial stage they may not be sharing the amount, but a little amount they got to share. In subsequent years when the produce comes, you got to collect the share amount or the thrift amount or their money, whatever the thing, in which way or what it is. So that means what happens there, the responsibility member will increase in the cooperative. If their money is not there in the cooperative, their responsibility will not be there. Any decision you are taking. So that will happen. So that's the merit. Here what happened in our case, we collect share capital, 20% of the share capital of the crop loan. Whenever they take term loan, 5% of the loan is collected as a share capital. That is one. So after that it is over, then every year 2 times they take loan. So one time we collect 5% as a thrift. And what we give for share capital, we give dividend 15% from our profits. For thrift amount, we give bank rate of interest, that is 7, sometimes 8 or sometimes 6. So both amount is added to thrift account. So that way what happens, their share capital increases, their thrift account increases, almost when they come attain of 60 or 70, almost it will be 1 lakh or 2 lakhs. So today how much we have, 45 lakh crores as a thrift amount, 20 crores as a share amount. So we have sufficient own fund of the members, not our reserves. Leave out our reserves. Members' own money we have 60 crores. That means when you ask our members, they will say, whose cooperative is this? This is our cooperative. The same thing when you go and ask other cooperatives, whose cooperative is this? It's the government's cooperative. Whether it runs, does not run, it does not happen for them. But here, if it does not run, they are put under loss. So we have 7,500 members. All members they take credit, they pay back the credit. All of them they bring paddy, all of them they bring cotton, or they go for produce of the paddy seed. And everybody buy fertilizer. They buy seed, the pesticides. If you suppose tomorrow if you try to sell the fertilizer, if your own member does not buy your fertilizer, there is no use. So suppose one product you are saying that farmer does not bring that produce to you, then what is the purpose? So again that's the way. So that understanding you should have between farmer and the cooperative. So these are the way things happen. When you go and collecting this share capital, you have opposition from the members. You got to convince them. I can give an example. When we started dairy cooperative, nothing is there. So with our 14 villages, we can't go for a dairy cooperative. We went around, we got almost 70 villages we should name. So we went to all villages, we asked the men members, you involve your members so that we are going to form dairy cooperative. They tell, with the example of Mulkunur, they okay, when you are doing, okay, we know that it will be good. So without anything, we asked that day, almost 25 years back, then you got to pay 100 rupees as a share capital. Immediately they paid 100 rupees as share capital. First meeting it was 10-20 women members. In the next meeting when we went, it was 50 to 100. Without anything, they paid 100 rupees. Nothing is there, but they paid 100. That was the belief they did. Later stage, now there also we said we collected 5% as a thrift. So our funds started increasing. What we should do? Then we said we stop at 2,000. We give return back that rest amount. The members opposed. No. You keep our amount there. Let it be there. No. Why? Then what we should do your amount? Because more amount with us also is a problem. So we started giving back above 2,000. That is the stage where we are in. So that happens. You have the trust on the members, the service, because then they feel the service benefit of them. They try to support you. Then you don't do service, or they don't benefit with your activity. They don't do support to you.
Correct. Sir, anybody has written case study or let's say small book on society achievements and how it has done? I think it is high time.
Yeah.
That we have documented. Yeah. Very nice. Now I think we will open the floor. Society achievements and how it has done. I think it is high time.
Yeah.
That we have documented. Yeah. Very nice. Now I think we will open the floor. More important, right? Are you ready for questions or we should continue?
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, మీరు చెప్పిన టాప్ లెవెల్లో మనకు మంచిగా సార్ యాక్చువల్గా ఇంకా ఎఫ్పిఓస్ ప్రమోట్ చేస్తున్నాం దాదాపు మన తెలంగాణలో మోర్ దెన్ 400 ఎఫ్పిఓస్ ఉన్నది. బట్ ఇంకా స్ట్రగ్లింగ్లో ఉన్నాయి సార్. యాక్చువల్గా మనకు స్టార్టింగ్ చేసి 19 నుంచి చేస్తున్నాం కదా. బ్యాంకర్స్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్తే కన్సర్న్ మేనేజర్గా మా ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ మీకు సెక్యూరిటీ ఉంది, మీకు ఏమున్నాయని అడుగుతున్నారు. ఇంకా వాళ్ళ దగ్గరికి రీచ్ కాలేదు మన యొక్క మెసేజ్ అంతా. మీరు అప్రిషియేట్ ఇవ్వరు, మీ టాప్ లెవెల్లో మీరు మంచి చేయగలుగుతున్నారు. బట్ సేమ్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్స్ వాళ్ళ దగ్గరికి వస్తే బాగుంటుంది.
షూర్, తప్పకుండా అండి. ఇప్పుడు వెరీ షార్ట్లీ ఎస్బీఐ ఎఫ్పిఓ డ్రైవ్ అవుట్ స్టార్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం వెరీ షార్ట్లీ. సో ఎఫ్పిఓ డ్రైవ్లో ఏంటంటే వీ వాంట్ టు ఇంక్లూడ్ మోర్ ఎఫ్పిఓస్ ఇన్ టు అవర్ లోన్ బుక్. ఇప్పుడు రైట్ నో మా లోన్ బుక్లో ఎఫ్పిఓ ఫైనాన్సింగ్ ఆర్ వెరీ వెరీ లిమిటెడ్. ఇట్లాంటి సక్సెస్ఫుల్ ఎఫ్పిఓస్ కొన్ని ఉన్నాయి. వీ వాంట్ టు టేకప్ న్యూ అప్కమింగ్ ఎఫ్పిఓస్ వేర్ దేర్ యాక్టివిటీస్ దేర్, వాళ్ళకి యాక్టివిటీ ఉంది, జెన్యున్గా వాళ్ళ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఉంది. అట్లాంటి ఎఫ్పిఓస్ వీఆర్ స్టార్టింగ్ ఎ డ్రైవ్ ఫర్ ఎఫ్పిఓస్. వెరీ షార్ట్లీ ఇట్ ఈస్ కమింగ్ ఎస్బీఐ. యూ విల్ హియర్ ఫ్రమ్ అస్. ఎఫ్పిఓస్ వస్తుంది డ్రైవ్. వీఆర్ ప్లానింగ్ ఆన్ దట్, వీఆర్ వర్కింగ్ ఆన్ ఇట్. ఇందాక నేను ఒకటి చెప్పడం మర్చిపోయాను సార్. ఐ జస్ట్ వన్ పాయింట్ ఐ వాంట్ టు కవర్. ఇందాక అగ్రికల్చర్ ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ ఫండ్కి నేను చెప్పాను కదండి, దాంట్లో రేట్ ఆఫ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఇస్ క్యాప్డ్ ఎట్ 9%. ఫస్ట్ 7 years it is 9% only. We charge 9%. Central government will refund 3%. So net to net it is only 6%. Up to 2 crores, getting a loan for 2 crores for 6%, I don't know, private everybody. In the cheap loan low, everybody can start. If you have an idea, you can start entrepreneur. You can become an entrepreneur and start a startup company. 6%, 2 crores ante chala cheap andi, and your stake in that loan is only 10%. 90% bank is financing. Your stake is only 10%. Dan tarvata inko benefit entante, there are so many government agencies which are giving subsidies, like Ministry of Food Processing Industry undi, National Fisheries Development Board undi, Millets vallu unnaru. Ee anni boards agencies they are giving subsidies, all back end subsidy. AF లో మీకు లోన్ శాంక్షన్ అయితే ఈ శాంక్షన్ లెటర్ తోటి మీరు రెస్పెక్టివ్ పోర్టల్లో మీరు అప్లై చేస్తే యూ విల్ బి ఎలిజిబుల్ ఫర్ సబ్సిడీ. బ్యాంకర్ ఇన్వాల్వ్మెంట్ ఏమీ లేదు ఇందులో. సబ్సిడీ ఈజ్ డైరెక్ట్లీ కమింగ్ ఇన్ యువర్ అకౌంట్, యువర్ లోన్ అకౌంట్. సో ఇంతకుముందు ఏంటంటే ఓల్డెన్ డేస్లో సబ్సిడీ అంటే సబ్సిడీ ఈజ్ ఆల్సో పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద ప్రాజెక్ట్, ఇట్ ఈస్ టేకెన్ ఇన్ టు ద ఫైనాన్షియల్స్. సబ్సిడీ వచ్చిన తర్వాత లోన్ రిలీజ్ చేయడం అన్నీ ఉండేవి. ఇప్పుడు అలా లేదండి. సబ్సిడీ ఈజ్ అ బ్యాక్ అండ్ సబ్సిడీ. మీరు ఏ ఏజెన్సీకి సబ్సిడీ మీరు అప్లై చేసుకున్నారో దట్ ఈస్ ఆల్సో యువర్ విష్. యూ కెన్ సర్వే ద మార్కెట్. ఏ ఏజెన్సీ వాళ్ళు ఎక్కువ సబ్సిడీ, మోర్ దాన్ 1 సబ్సిడీ ఆల్సో కెన్ బి అవైల్డ్ అండి. ఏఎఫ్లో ఉన్న స్పెసిఫిక్ అది కన్వర్జెన్స్ ఆఫ్ సబ్సిడీ అండ్ మోర్ దెన్ 1 సబ్సిడీ కెన్ ఆల్సో బి అవైల్డ్ ఏఎఫ్లో. సో ఆ శాంక్షన్ లెటర్ తోటి రెస్పెక్టివ్ పోర్టల్లోకి వెళ్ళి ఐ హ్యావ్ బీన్ శాంక్షన్ దిస్ మై లోన్ అండర్ ఏఎఫ్ స్కీమ్, ఐఎమ్ ఎలిజిబుల్ ఫర్ సబ్సిడీ. ఇఫ్ యువర్ document is processed, your sanction, you will be getting subsidy directly into loan account. AF loan is khasiyat, important point ante convergence of loan. ఏ సబ్సిడీ కైనా మీరు ఎలిజిబులే, ఎనీ ఏజెన్సీ. That is very important point. I thought in that miss I thought of covering that.
Good. Next.
Any questions? NLM ఏం స్టాప్ లేదండి, ఇంకా స్టాప్ లేదు, ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ ఆన్. మీరు పోర్టల్లో అప్లై చేసుకోండి. NLM పోర్టల్లో ఇఫ్ యూ గెటింగ్ ప్రొసీడింగ్ కాపీ. NLM ఏం స్టాప్ లేదండి, ఇంకా స్టాప్ లేదు, ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ ఆన్. మీరు పోర్టల్లో అప్లై చేసుకోండి. NLM పోర్టల్లో ఇఫ్ యూ గెటింగ్ ప్రొసీడింగ్ కాపీ, మీకు ఎక్నాలజ్మెంట్ ఉండాలి. మాకు NLM పోర్టల్లో అప్లై చేసి మీ ప్రాజెక్ట్ కాస్ట్ని మీ DPRని అప్లోడ్ చేయండి, వెటర్నరీ డాక్టర్ తోటి సర్టిఫికేట్ అప్లోడ్ చేయండి, అండ్ మ్యాండేటరీ ట్రైనింగ్ ఉంటుందండి, 15 days 2 weeks ట్రైనింగ్. అది అప్లోడ్ చేస్తే వాళ్ళు మీకు ఎక్నాలజ్మెంట్ వస్తుంది. వన్స్ ఎక్నాలజ్మెంట్ ఈస్ రిసీవ్డ్, దెన్ యూ ఆర్ షూర్ ఫర్ సబ్సిడీ.
Multi-state cooperatives promote చేస్తున్నారు. Is it a threat for existence of state existing cooperatives?
అట్లా అది మల్టీ స్టేట్ అన్నప్పుడు వెన్ యూఆర్ గోయింగ్ అవుట్ సైడ్ యువర్ స్టేట్, సపోజ్ మీ ముల్కనూరు ఉన్నాము, వీఆర్ రెస్ట్రిక్టెడ్ టు అవర్ స్టేట్. సపోజ్ ఐఎమ్ గోయింగ్ అవుట్ సైడ్ స్టేట్ ఏదన్నా ప్రోడక్ట్లో, దెన్ యూ ఆర్ ఎలిజిబుల్ ఫర్ మల్టీ స్టేట్. దాంట్లో యూ గో ఫర్ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్, then you spread in all of the country.
That's understood, sir. Actually, see, for example, Amul is a giant, and Telangana State Dairy Cooperative Federation little weak, or Nandini is very strong. So why don't you have a threat of engulf?
అంటే ఇందులోనే మనం అంటున్నాము, ఇది అగైన్ యువర్ స్ట్రెంగ్త్.
It's not like that, sir. See, a state cooperative segment is pertaining to the local farmers. See, every benefit that should go to that particular state, isn't it? So when Amul comes, which is owned by Gujarat state farmers,
చెప్తాను. ఇప్పుడు ఓకే, మనం అమూల్ అంటున్నాము, లాట్ ఆఫ్ డిబేట్. అమూల్ అంటున్నాం, ఓకే, నేను అమూల్ వద్దంటున్నాం. బట్ ఏమవుతుంది, ఇక్కడ హెరిటేజ్ వచ్చింది, జెర్సీ వచ్చింది. ఇక్కడ అవి థ్రెట్ మనం అనుకుంటలేము. ఓన్లీ అమూలే థ్రెట్ అని ఎందుకు అనుకోవాలి? ఇప్పుడు వెన్ యు ఆర్ అ కోఆపరేటివ్ స్టేట్లో ఫర్ ద లాస్ట్ 50 years యు ఆర్ దేర్, వాట్ యూ డీడ్ వెన్ హెరిటేజ్ కేమ్ ఇన్, దెన్ జెర్సీ కేమ్ ఇన్, డొడ్లా కేమ్ ఇన్, దేర్ ఆర్ ఆల్ ప్రైవేట్ డైరీస్. ఇప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే,
ప్రైవేట్ డైరీస్
నువ్వు ఇన్ఎఫిషియన్సీ ఉంటే ద థర్డ్ ప్లేయర్ విల్ కమ్ ఇన్.
ప్రైవేట్ ఇండస్ట్రీ గవర్నమెంట్ను కలపకూడదు సార్. See, thing is you are money rich.
అదేంటన్నా, ఇప్పుడు అమూల్ ఉంది, నేను ఉన్నాను, ఐఎమ్ ఎ కోఆపరేటివ్, అమూల్ ఇస్ ఎ కోఆపరేటివ్. నేను స్ట్రగుల్ చేసినాను, అమూల్ వెంట్ అవుట్. ఇప్పుడు ఐఎమ్ గివెన్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ అవుట్ ముల్కనూర్ ఇన్ వరంగల్, అమూల్ వెంట వెళ్ళిపోయింది. అగైన్ కర్ణాటకలో వెన్ కర్ణాటక కేమ్ టు వరంగల్, దే వెంట్ అవుట్. నువ్వు స్ట్రాంగ్ ఉంటే వీటనుకోండి, బికాస్ దే ఆర్ స్ట్రాంగ్ ఎల్స్వేర్, నాట్ హియర్. యూ షుడ్ బి స్ట్రాంగ్ ఎట్ యువర్ ప్లేస్.
లేదు సార్. Why I have posed this question to you is, I am a private sector, I can always compete with you, but you are you are under cooperative system. See, after all, when Australia or UK wants to come into dairy in India, Amul is objecting. Amul is the main, the company in India which is objecting, dictating government of India.
అక్కడ చెప్తా, అది కూడా ఏమేం చెప్తుందంటే, ఓకే అమూల్ అబ్జెక్షన్ చేయదు. వాళ్ళు ఏం తీసుకొస్తారు, మిల్క్ ఏం తీసుకొస్తలేరు. వాళ్ళు తీసుకొచ్చేది ఏముంది, బై ప్రోడక్ట్స్ తీసుకొస్తుండ్రు. బై ప్రొడక్ట్స్ మనకు వాల్యూ అడిషన్లో ప్రాఫిట్స్ ఎక్కడ వస్తున్నాయి అంటే, ఇట్స్ ఓన్లీ ఆన్ బై ప్రోడక్ట్స్. బై ప్రోడక్ట్స్ యూ హ్యావ్ మోర్ వాల్యూ దెన్ విచ్ కెన్ బి పాస్డ్ ఆన్ టు ద ఫార్మింగ్ కమ్యూనిటీ. సపోజ్ ఆ వాల్యూ అడిషన్లో వాళ్ళు వచ్చి చీప్గా నీకు కనుక ఇస్తే, నీకు వాల్యూ అడిషన్లో ఏదైతే ఫార్మర్కి పాస్ ఆన్ చేయాలని అంటున్నామో అది పాస్ ఆన్ కాదు. ఒక మిల్క్ మీద ఇప్పుడు 20 years బ్యాక్ ఇట్స్ ప్రాఫిట్ వాజ్ ఆన్ మిల్క్. యాజ్ ఆన్ డేట్ ఇట్స్ నాట్ ఆన్ మిల్క్, ఇట్స్ ఆన్ బై ప్రోడక్ట్స్ ఓన్లీ.
Sir, historically, I am talking the fact, for last 7 years, Amul has a great presence in one of the Telugu states. Did you see any single pie investment in that state?
ఇక్కడ వాళ్ళ స్టేట్,
I don't know, in one of the Telugu states, look, Amul was there. Did you see any single pie that has been invested by Amul?
No, not Amul, but NDDB.
Sir, then I'm not talking about NDDB. NDDB is a pure government thing. Probably Amul has invested a little bit in NDDB. I'm just talking about a cooperative dairy which has got a big power, entering into some other state, killing, and already that's killed. You know, a unnadanni kuda tinesetattu unte, see, how do you support it? This is what you are a different setup. You are under some other act. Still cooperative.
యాక్ట్తో సంబంధం లేదు ఇక్కడ. నేనేమంటున్నా, అక్కడ ఏం జరుగుతుందంటే మనము యాక్టివ్గా లేము, స్ట్రాంగ్ లేము. మన మార్కెట్ ఎవరు తింటున్నారు? అమూల్ కోఆపరేటివ్ తింటలేదు, ప్రైవేట్ కోఆపరేటివ్ తింటున్నారు. వెన్ యూ ఆర్గ్యూ నేషనల్ లెవెల్లో కోఆపరేటివ్ వర్సెస్ ప్రైవేట్ వచ్చినప్పుడు నువ్వు స్ట్రెంగ్తన్ కావు, అమూల్ రావద్దు, ఓకే రాదు, మరి నువ్వు పెరుగు. 30 years, 50 years నువ్వు పెరుగుతున్నావు కదా, నువ్వు అక్కడనే ఆగిపోయినావు, ఇంకా కిందికి పోతున్నావు.
Dairy is a regional player. See, for example, it's not that Mulkanur product is much superior than some other product, but people have got their ownness on Mulkanur. Yeah, it is my product, it is being made next to my door and all that. If I come and put a dairy there, still na paristhiti kuda ante. So dairy is a more localized thing.
ఇప్పుడు విజయ బ్రాండ్ ఇట్ ఇస్ లోకలైజ్డ్. హైదరాబాద్లో పీపుల్ ఆస్క్ ఫర్ విజయ మిల్క్, కానీ విజయ మిల్క్ ఈజ్ నాట్ అవైలబుల్ టు దెమ్. కరెక్ట్, మీకు తెలుసా? అదొకటి. ప్లస్ యు ఆర్ నాట్ అలర్ట్ సంబడి ఎల్స్ సెల్లింగ్ మిల్క్ ఆన్ యువర్ నేమ్. 1 lakh liters హైదరాబాద్లో విజయ వాళ్ళు అమ్మకుండా వేరే వాళ్ళు నీ పేరు మీద విజయ బ్రాండ్ పోతుంది. అది ఎక్కడ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ అనేది ఏం అక్కడ ఉండదు. అంటే ఆ బ్రాండ్ దానికి అంత ఉంది, కానీ మనము క్యాచ్ చేసుకోలేకపోతున్నాము. ఏది ద సోకాల్డ్ విజయ ఎవరైతే ఫెడరేషన్ ఉన్నదో వాళ్ళు క్యాచ్ చేసుకొని మార్కెట్ రీచ్ అయ్యి కన్జ్యూమర్కు ఎవరికైతే రీచ్ కావాలో
యాజ్ ఎ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్ దే ఆర్ నాట్ ఏబుల్ టు గ్రో ఫర్దర్.
వారికి ఏమవుతున్నది? ప్రైవేట్ వెండర్స్
అంటే బేసికల్గా సార్ కోఆపరేటివ్ అనే
సార్ వి హ్యావ్ సార్ రంగి గారు వెరీ సాలిడ్ ఆర్గ్యుమెంట్స్ ఫ్రమ్ బోత్ సైడ్స్. వి విల్ బుక్ ఏ సెపరేట్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ రూమ్ అగైన్. సో మన దినేష్ బీపీ పెరుగుతుంటుంది ఇప్పుడు, కాబట్టి we will ask one more question and then we will hand it over to next panel.
Somebody's one. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. When leashes can do for meat, why not for vegetable? Anybody can do. You yourself can start startup. Yeah, that's a very good idea. But everyone startup change. Banks are there to support. Yeah.
వెజిటబుల్స్ లా మీ క్వశ్చన్ నాకు అర్థమైంది. ద పాసిబిలిటీ థియరిటికల్లీ ఉన్నదండి. ప్రాక్టికల్లీ వాట్ ఈస్ ద ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఇన్ వెజిటబుల్ కల్టివేషన్ అండ్ సప్లై చైన్ ఈజ్ ద పెరిషబిలిటీ. నాకు అర్థమైంది. ద పాసిబిలిటీ థియరిటికల్లీ ఉన్నదండి. ప్రాక్టికల్లీ వాట్ ఈస్ ద ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఇన్ వెజిటబుల్ కల్టివేషన్ అండ్ సప్లై చైన్ ఈజ్ ద పెరిషబిలిటీ. Vegetables are multiple commodities and multiple temperature requirements, but in short, if it is strong, then the shelf life will increase. Village level చెప్తున్నా నేను. At village level small size cold storage will not work. It has to be consolidated. See, okay, one scientific fact, any produce within 1 hour of harvesting, if it can be cooled, pre-cooled from field temperature of 30 to 40 degrees to let's say 10 degrees or below that, the shelf life will get enhanced multiple times. That is a basic fact. Correct. Now today the such kind of infrastructure is not viable only because మీరు నేను 10 ఏళ్ల క్రితం కొత్తిమీర కట్ట 5 రూపాయలు కొన్నాము, ఇప్పుడు కూడా కొత్తిమీర కట్ట 5 రూపాయలు రావాలంటే రాదు. మరి కోల్చి న్యాయం వస్తుంది రాదు. సో ఇఫ్ ద కన్జ్యూమరిజం, దట్స్ వై మార్నింగ్ సెషన్లో కూడా వీ హ్యావ్ టు చేంజ్ అవర్ స్ట్రాటజీస్ ఫ్రమ్ కన్జంప్షన్ టు ప్రొడక్షన్. ఇఫ్ వీ షోకేస్ టు ద కన్జ్యూమర్ సేయింగ్ దట్ దిస్ కొరియాండర్ బంచ్ ఈజ్ coming in cold chain with high quality, with entire nutrition. Instead of 5 rupees, you have to pay 10 rupees. Then that additional 5 rupees can be invested into the supply chain, cold chain, and then the entire product integrity will be there. So this is an age-old problem which even Reliance and other many multinationals tried to solve it, but we are like this. But the revolution is not from the farmer. Revolution should start from consumer side. That education of 5 to 10 rupees migration should happen. ఇప్పుడు మనం బర్గర్ 5 ఏళ్ల క్రితం 50 రూపాయలు కొన్నాం, ఇప్పుడు 500 కొంటున్నాం. హ్యాపీగా తింటలేం మనం. ఇప్పుడు ఎందుకు తింటున్నాం? వాడు ప్రీమియం పెంచినాడు వాడు. సో దిస్ ఈజ్ వేర్ వీఆర్ బర్గర్లో మనం క్వశ్చన్ చేయని వాళ్ళం, కొత్తిమీర కట్టలో ఎందుకు క్వశ్చన్ చేస్తున్నాం? ఇంకో కాన్ఫరెన్స్ రూమ్ బుక్ చేస్తారండి, వీళ్ళకి ఒకటి మనకు ఒకటి, మన ఇద్దరం వెళ్దాం దానిలో. సో వీళ్ళు లాస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ బ్రదర్, నో మోర్. ఇంకా క్వశ్చన్ ఎవరు అడగండి, అంతా అయిపోయింది.
Okay, I'll promise not to respond to the answers also. Sir, you would have seen multiple cooperatives, FPOs, and I mean, what is the insight from your analysis or your observations that what makes an FPO scale? What are some top 3-4 things that would make an FPO scale?
Sir, you are the best person. చిన్న ఎఫ్పిఓ పెద్దగా అవ్వడానికి కావాల్సిన సీక్రెట్ మంత్ర ఏమిటి మీరు చెప్పాలి, మీరు మనసులో పెట్టుకొని దాచిపోవద్దు.
Of course, I mean, either CEO or the president or the committee take lead of the activities that is done, and of course he should spend his time selflessly to stand it for a long time. That is one, and that is what we say is selfless service, you can say. And unless till it stands, you got to do that. Just like when you are growing a child, till she attain age of something, and they got to take it. The same thing with the FPO, till it attains at a level, you got to struggle and all the things. That is the where, because people who gather others, they are uneducated. But you are the leading, who are taking, you should be enough to take the lead of the thing, then things will happen that way.
Murthy Garu also wants to share some secret. Sir, go ahead.
Not secret, sir. One lead what I've got day before yesterday, one youngster, morning service taking session regarding GI tagging. That boy is just a graduate, he is an engineering graduate. He came up with an idea that he is going to collect the harvest of produce, he is going to pack it on a brand name, and he is going to put a QR code on that. If you scan that QR code, it will tell you the village where it is produced, the name of the group or the FPO or a name of the farmer, and latitude, longitude, when it was harvested. Entire details will be there in the QR code, and it will be labeled on the packet. The GA tagging what sir was taking in the morning, I was having that. This boy has got a just fresh graduate from JNTU, got this idea. He came to me for a loan to have that kind of QR code machine to be purchased and all. I'm just very interesting subject, that boy. Everything, where it is, eppudu harvest chesaru, a farmer పేరు ఏంటి, latitude, longitude ఏంటి, అన్నీ వచ్చేసాయి దాంట్లో. Everything. He was showing me that list of details available in that QR code. GA tagging. That's what sir was taking. It's a very interesting subject. If anybody want to explore that kind of activity also, he's also part of agriculture only again. He is doing the packing industry. He's sorting, grading, packing, and putting the GI code.
My understanding, I'll just conclude in 10 seconds. Indians require kind of an autocratic manager. Better leaders kavali. We don't require swatantram, samanatvam, itla kathal jippevalu kaadu. We need somebody who can make people run and get things done. That's what Indians actually love inherently inside our mind. అరే నాకు వచ్చి ఎవరైనా గట్టిగా పని చెప్తే నేను చేస్తానని నేను కూర్చుంటారు, అంతవరకు లేజీగానే ఉంటాము. సో దట్స్ అవర్ సైకాలజీ. నథింగ్ రాంగ్ అబౌట్ ఇట్. సో వీ నీడ్ అన్ ఎ వెరీ స్ట్రాంగ్ లీడర్షిప్ హూ క్యాన్ మేక్ పీపుల్ వర్క్. ఇనిషియల్గా షార్ట్ టర్మ్లో కష్టం అనిపించినా కానీ లాంగ్ టర్మ్లో అరే సార్ నన్ను బెత్తం పట్టుకొని పని చేయించకపోతే నాకు ఇవాళ ఈ పొజిషన్ వచ్చిందే కాదు అని దే నీడ్ టు రిమెంబర్ దట్. దట్స్ అవర్ ఇండియన్ సైకాలజీ. సో వీ హ్యావ్ టు గెట్ థింగ్స్ లైక్ దట్. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ సార్. చెప్పండి. మనం లేస్తే బెటర్, మళ్ళీ క్వశ్చన్స్ వస్తాయి.
గోపీనాథ్ సార్, థ్యాంక్స్ లాట్ సార్. లంచ్ తర్వాత ఒక ఎనర్జెటిక్ సెషన్ సార్. ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఎలా అంటే ఎవరు కూడా స్లీప్కి వెళ్ళకుండా యాక్టివ్గా ఎంత ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ వింటున్నారంటే అంత ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ వింటున్నారు సార్.
We have promised that before session started about Japan, nobody will sleep, and we have ensured that.
థ్యాంక్స్ లాట్ సార్. సో ఆన్ బిహాఫ్ ఆఫ్ ASSOCHAM సార్, మన గణేష్ జ్యోతికి ఒక చిన్న గిఫ్ట్.
Started about Japan, nobody will sleep, and we have ensured that.
థ్యాంక్స్ లాట్ సార్. సో ఆన్ బిహాఫ్ ఆఫ్ ASSOCHAM సార్, మన గణేష్ జ్యోతికి ఒక చిన్న గిఫ్ట్, స్మాల్ మూమెంట్, a token of appreciation to the esteemed panelists, sir. We'll start with that, sir. So we'll go there, sir. So we'll go. Thank you, sir. Praveen Reddy, sir. To nursing, please. Thank you, nursing. To Krishnamurthy garu, please. From Praveen Reddy sir to Gopinath sir. Thank you. So we'll have a group photo, please. Thank you, sir. We'll start up with the next session. So we'll have the key panelists. CGM sir is on the way. He'll join the session once he's there. The session 4 of food, building sustainable industry zones and scaling innovation through partnerships. So the session will be moderated by Dr. Range garu. So we have the speakers, Dr. S. Senthil. Senthil garu is the CEO of AIDEA and also the principal scientist for ICR now. We have Mr. Pawan Kumar, the director of the Best Engineering Technologies. They are into the manufacturing of the farm food processing machinery. And Dr. K.R.K. Reddy, the founder and managing director of Sri Biotech. So the expert speaker in the soil biology, soil nutrition, and also on agri-related. And we have Mr. Subhajit Saha, the head and legal of IPR. So Subhajit is from the IPR side. He's an expert in the GI filing on the agri-allied sectors also. May I request Mr. Subhajit to please come on to the dais? we extend. We extend a warm welcome to Uday sir, the CGM NABARD, for joining us for this session. Thank you sir for joining us, sir. I request Dr. Rangaya to please take your place.
While waiting for Mr. Senthil, Dr. Senthil, we'll just go ahead with this plenary session. We have Sri Uday Bhaskar Garu today, Chief General Manager, NABARD Hyderabad Circle with us today. So thanks for coming. And then in this session we have few. Before you take up the mic, sir, I'll just allow my other panelists to go ahead with these things and all that. We'll start with Dr. K.R. Reddy Garu. Sir is the founder and managing director of Sri Bioaesthetics Private Limited. Is a biotechnology company, and it is today biotechnology, recombinant technology is the most, connected to food processing. And in my opinion, biotechnology and recombinant technology is the most alternate for the, for the nutritional security. And there's a lot of research on this, where it is found that we can make a very qualitative nutrition through biotechnology, and it is proven, and there are many products in the market today. So in this connection, I request Dr. K.R. Reddy Garu to speak, to throw some light on biotechnology avenues and then developments, progress, research, development on achieving this nutritional security.
Thank you, thank you.
You can take the podium if you want.
Yeah, as he said, I think now these are the days for new technological innovations and interventions to feed the growing populations. So we'll be reaching, we'll be adding another 20 crores of population in the next 30-40 years. So as per the census and as per the FAO, we need to produce 70% more per acre. Suppose we are producing some 30 to 35 bags of rice or whatsoever the grains, we need to add 70% to that. Is it possible? Because the arable land is now shrinking because of urbanization, industrialization, whatsoever, and there is a pressure on each and every inch of arable land. And the second, another important issue is the water. So the statistics again says that 70% of excessive utilization of groundwater resources. And third one, what we are talking about from food security to food safety. So these are the three major issues what actually the humanity of more of India, where now we are the number one in terms of populations. Therefore, securing the food and also safety of the food and producing sufficient quality food is the the today's burning problem what we are facing. So now we are talking about technological interventions, how these technological interventions help us to feed the future generations. So as Rangaya Garu said, biotechnology or recombinant technology, of course, the most of the cases recombinant technology is being used in medicine and pharmaceutical technologies. So as far as agriculture is concerned or food security is concerned, so unfortunately we do not have any GMO today in food grains except BT cotton. Of course, there is two lobbies are working each against for bringing food GMOs, etc. whatsoever. But today there is now the new science, what we are talking about the microbes and microbiomes. So that is the recent advances, and that is advancing mostly in humans. So every day we talk about gut microbiome, human immunity, health, and also wellness. All these things now we are talking more related to humans. At the same time, that is highly relevant to the crops. So crop resilience and crop wellness are also equally important. Therefore, it is possible only through taking care of the soil. So we all heard about Save Soil campaign by Sadhguru, and at the same time everyone now talks about soil health and fertility. By improving soil health and fertility, definitely we can add minimum 15 to 20% of productivity without much change, without much of the inputs. So if you can take care of the soil, now we talk about the carbon sequestration, and carbon sequestration in terms of taking the carbon from the atmosphere to fixing into the soils or by the green plant. So all these things are all possible once we convert all whatever we talk the research into practice, or the translation of the research into developing a product. For that what we required, once again, the industry. So that is what exactly everyone talks about, biomanufacturing. So Government of India, they have started recently Bio E3, so bioeconomy, so employment and environment. So these are the three things, and we will talk more about that. But today, technological interventions are very important to produce more food for the populations. Thank you.
Thank you, Reddy Garu. In fact, in our private conversations, we always speak about producing something which is not able to be grown. Sir, it's very interesting to you. I would like the Horticulture University to establish a laboratory in that prospect. Biofortification, for example. The second thing is like moringa protein, which we can't upgrade to 80%, 90%, can be cloned and then grow in a bacteria, and then we can make huge tons of moringa protein, which is of course is a miracle protein. These things can be possible in biotechnology. Thank you, Dr. Reddy Garu. Moringa protein, which is of course is a miracle protein. These things can be possible in biotechnology. Thank you, Dr. Reddy Garu. Mr. Pawan Kumar is an young entrepreneur. They have a company by name Best Engineering Company. They manufacture a lot of food processing machines, like right from pulverizer to drying technology also. So they are very popular, and they conduct seminars also throughout the Telugu states. So now, Mr. Pawan, can you just enlighten something to our entrepreneurs that what kind of processing technologies and techniques you have, equipment you have, and how they are useful to the industry?
Thank you, Rangay Garu.
Kind of processing technologies and techniques you have, equipment you have, and how they are useful to the industry?
Thank you, Rangay Garu. I am representing Best Engineering Technologies. So we are manufacturers and exporters of process plants and equipments related to food processing. Mainly, predominantly, we are into, as Rangay sir has mentioned morning, food processing is a very vast subject, and we predominantly deal with fruits and vegetables and spices. In the fruits and vegetables, we do like tomato ketchup, fruits and vegetable dehydration plants, spice powder plants, ginger garlic paste. When we say all these plants, we do right from small 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs up to 10 crores, 20 crores, 30 crores projects also. So we do execute these projects on turnkey basis. Many people do ask us, what is this turnkey basis? Predominantly, most of the people who are coming to us are first generation people. Okay, so we supply the equipment, we do installation, erection and commissioning, and we train them. So we give training on hands to them, and we show them how to run the plant, and we'll come back. That is called turnkey basis. So our history started with a very modest start with a spice oil distillation plants and essential oil plants. This company was started by my father, Mr. M. Sashai, along with the other 2 directors. So he's so passionate. When we started, we have only essential oil technologies. Today we have, I can proudly say that we have more than 300 technologies, specifically 250 technologies specifically for food processing. This was possible because of pure passion of my father. It's not about making money. It is his passion to do something to food processing sector. He's adding every year 2 or 3 products to this. So one classic example I can say about this is about FRK, fortified rice kernels. So we are the first one to introduce these FRK plants in India for rice fortification. When we started this rice fortification, we had many hurdles. In fact, morning Mr. Naveen from Food Processing Society is also saying the main problem in food processing industry is whoever wants to start this, they want to see a running plant. They want to, either it is a small or a big, they want to see how the plant looks like, or how it works, what is the manpower it requires, how it actually goes. So when we started rice fortification, many people have stated it's a artificial rice, it is some wrong rice, something and all they are saying. So we invested ourselves on machinery with 1 crore investment. We have invited people from all over the India, and I can say more than 2,000 people were trained in our own factory. We have shown on-hand experience how this fortified rice kernels comes. So because of that, I can proudly say that today, officially there are 500 FRK plants all over India. In that, 80% of lands were supplied by best engineering technologies. Morning, sir was mentioning that I can do anything. I can set up some plants in my agricultural university also. Sir, one thing I request is, I closely worked with African countries. I traveled around 30 African countries. So many people are talking about post-harvest losses, tomato should be processed, everything. Only thing is, they are not aware of, let us take an example of tomato. They don't know what to do with tomato. What are the byproducts of tomato? If they know they can do tomato pulp or tomato ketchup, they don't know what is the technology. So in Africa, what we did is, we have incorporated like a small equipments. So where they invite farmers or FPOs and they give training on-hands experience, like how tomato ketchup is produced, or how they call it as incubators. So I've seen such incubators in ICRISAT and some institutes here. So if you can take a lead and invest some fruits and vegetables available in Telangana, and if you can allot some budget and you can invest in small machineries, it will be very good for FPOs. They know how to process is to be done. This is the biggest challenge. Every entrepreneur who comes to us, before he wants to purchase the equipment, he wants to see a running plant. Once he buys equipment from us, he never allows anybody else to see that plant. So he feels it is a secret. So there should be some common platform where all the technologies can be displaced. So it will be a great platform to first generation entrepreneurs to learn and implement either in a small and big scale setups. So if you can take lead or any government organizations, it will be a great help for the first generation entrepreneurs. So whoever, every day we have at least 5 to 10 stipends in our office saying, sir, we are from software, or we are first generation entrepreneurs who want to do food processing. We don't know what to do, how to do, please guide us. So seeing this repetitive request, we, as Rangesh sir has mentioned, we ourselves have conducted many seminars. I'm very happy to say that so far we have trained around 3,500 people on food processing technologies alone, with the support of government bodies. Some food processing society in Navingar is there, and from NABARD and from APIDA, Swami sir is there, Naidu sir is there, and sir has been one of the events, he is the guest of honor there. So thank you everyone for supporting us, and I'm open to questions, whatever you need about food processing, I can surely answer to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Pawan Garu. Of course, we can rely on them. They have been in, his father is a passionate person for food industry, so they have been doing it for the last 30 years. We can rely on them. Now we have very important person to represent a very important topic, Mr. Shubhajit Saha. He is the head legal and IPR Resolute Group. You know how important intellect protection that has to be registered, especially for a growing industry like food processing and then food products manufacturing and all that. As somebody was telling, this geo-tagging and all that, patent registration is also very important. Mr. Shubhajit Jha, with his great experience, he was earlier director for CII Telangana also. And then he is here with his great experience and all that. Sir, Mr. Saha, kindly let us know how, because you see, this is a very emerging industry. New products are coming, new startups are coming, and lots of people are not aware how to register their patents and all that, and they are going unnoticed also. So in such situations, can you just enlighten us with the current statutory things that are there, and the Government of India and state governments, and how we can protect all those rights? Please.
Thank you, Dr. Rangaya. It's always a pleasure to be here in ASSOCHAM events. Thanks for the invite. So basically, I thought I'll just touch upon 2-3 important things. The one is about the geographical indications. I think the session is the future of food. So the biggest example which I was going through today, there was an article in Hindu saying that of 1 lakh rice accession varieties in this country, the national, the Bureau of Plant Genetics have identified 31 rice varieties for which GI tags have been given. In that, again, you have basmati and non-basmati. So now, how do you actually brand non-basmati rice? Because when you say basmati, you have a particular aroma, you have that length and all that. So basically, you have to work around GI along with technology and branding. So this article was saying that one classic example was that how you revive your food or the security for the future. One is through, I'll come to the technology part on patents and all. But this is that, like, the classic example was that how a GI can actually revive a variety of rice or a variety of food product. Under the one district, one product scheme, there was this famous rice called Kala Namak rice in UP. So there was only 2,000 hectares which were grown in 2013. So right now 18,000 hectares have been cultivated, and the entire the FPOs, the modern science working with traditional farmers have given results to actually give the best of branding for even a non-basmati rice, which is black in color, husky, and having nutritional value. So these are some examples. Like, even if you see how a GI can help the future of food, is the classic example of this Gale chilies of Sikkim. They are one pungent variety which is now recently exported through APIDA because of its GI value. The value of the product has gone high up to Solomon Islands, 15,000 kgs, and the second lot went just in June. So that is how you demarcate through GI. The second one is technology. Now here the key is that when sir is talking about farm implements, somebody is talking about protein extraction. You have a lot of biotechnology happening, blockchain. So how do you protect these inventions in agriculture? So basically, any process of agriculture, or you're tilling a land, you're farming a land, you're sowing a seed, you're harvesting, are not patentable in India. So as per the section 3, I think section 3 of the Patents Act, subsection. So what you need to understand is there has to be a human intervention. So being a country of agriculture, we have actually kept the method of practices of horticulture and agriculture out of the patent purview. But that doesn't mean that implements which are there. So there was a rotary plow. There was a rotary plow which was actually made by a farmer in Gulbarga in Karnataka, which he used the mixie technology, the mixie blades, how you actually, you actually plow as well as you sow the seed. So that was used as a rotary plow, and that got a patent granted way back in, say, 6-7 years ago. So that is how you need to understand the implements, the technology, or anything to do with blockchain. Like somebody was talking about how blockchain helps. So there is a company called Triambu Tech Solutions which has already identified 360 GI products tagging with Professor Jayashankar, Telangana University, to track Tandoor red gram from the farm to the field, from the field to the shop floor, to the shops. So that is how it's going ahead. Now, for you to understand agricultural practices, procedures, how do they come under the patent purview? So basically, for patents, anything which you know is that there are 3 cardinal rules. With this I'll end, then I'll be open to questions. One is that it has to be new. Nobody else has ever practiced it or done it before elsewhere in the world. You're free to do in India, provided there is no patent here. But if there is a patent existing in the US or Canada or China, you will never get a patent for it, but you have a freedom to operate. So that is the first thing. And the second one, it has to have some industrial utility, which means that whatever agricultural implement or new hybrid variety you're making in, whether it is drought resistant, high saline resistant, high yielding variety or pest resistant, has to give some industrial utility, which is in most cases. The third case where people fail is the inventive step, the non-obviousness. So you need to identify an inventive step, that how different is your technology or the process, whether it is anything to do with the food preservative or anything to improve the shelf life or anything to infuse now you have the vegan meat, plant-based meat product. There's a company called Continental Coffee. Recently they had filed a brand called Greenbird. Greenbird is a plant-based meat product, lab-grown meat, which gives you the texture and flavor of meat using soy and other things. And that is how you actually bring in. So the best way to see where a technology is going is to do some kind of patent search, landscaping, analyze white space analysis, and then use those areas to actually go ahead and then file patents. Basically, a patent in India today takes 2 years in case of startup or an agricultural breeder, scientist and all. Earlier it used to take 5 to 7 years, but now after the IP policy and the transparency and accountability of patent office, it takes 2 years in a smooth sailing case for a patent to be granted end to end. And then each and every patent has to be enforced in different countries. So there is another subject matter which we have. And also I thought I'll have a suggestion, because regarding the Milkanor thing, I think the best way for them would be to go for a certification mark. Like you have AgMark, ISI mark. So for the milk industry also, if there is a certification mark which they can actually follow the quality and the procedural issues which are there, and they've developed the certification mark, the Milkanor society can themselves have a certification mark for them, saying that everything coming out from that is certified, tested and analyzed and all good to go. And others who would like to practice it or have the same kind of conditions have to adhere to those and then get those certification marks. So it's just like an AgMark or a Woolmark or an ISI. I'm not very sure if there is one, but they could go for that. And India has a provision in the statute of the Trademarks Act to give certification mark for products which are very well renowned locally and doing very well with high quality and precision standards. Thank you.
I think that answered your question. You can meet him later. We have Dr. Senthil Vinayakam Garu also. Sir started his career with ICAR and still he is with ICAR now. He is now CEO AIDA, you may be knowing, National Academy of Agriculture Research Management. Sir, as an head at Helm of Affairs EIDA, he conducts or he takes up many startup programs, and I think he has funded few thousands of youngsters with some or other, like funding. And then I think I call it a noble work, and I also sometimes involve in their activity, and he is with us today. Sir, Senthil Garu, we would, the audience, there are many entrepreneurs and then a lot of speakers in the last sessions, they are all there, and prominently Vice Chancellor Horticulture University is also here, and his team also, Director of Research, and then Registrar Garu. So we all waiting for you to listen how this startup ecosystem is working out, and what are, how scaling up is happening, and is it really, last time we heard Piyush Goyal sir was telling something very thing and all that. See, we have to, startups means we have to look for something, some innovation that has not been there anywhere, something should be unique and it should go till unicorn. So, keeping that in mind, so what is that you are going to suggest our audience about this startup ecosystem? Yeah, please, you can use that. And do you have any presentation? Yeah. Okay.
Good evening. Good evening. Respected Honorable Vice Chancellor sir is here, and CGM NABARD and other delegates. Sorry, I joined late. Heavy traffic. I was held up in more than 40 minutes in this turning itself. So due to that I'm delayed. I'm extremely sorry for it. Before coming here, it's very relevant what he said it. How do you support startups? How do you scale up the startups? So there was a NABARD has organized a meeting from the headquarters. They have created a portal called Manthan portal. This just today it's been connected to us to support the startups who are working for the rural areas, rural aspect. So in the vehicle itself, I was attending the meeting while coming. That's a very important aspect. The first point which you asked for it, all startups who are really want to commercialize, who like to promote their technologies. And there is a government of India which is no charges. It will be connecting to the larger mass. There are many stakeholders are unaware of it. What are the technologies are available which are promoted with the startups. So that has been created. So thanks to NABARD for the good initiative. They created a Center of Excellence at headquarters with the help of, this is the idea from the Government of India Principal Scientific Advisor. You know, Dr. Abdul Kalam ji was the Principal Scientific Advisor. He got the concept of the rural innovation, grassroots innovation to promote. So that way there was a project called Rural Technology Action Group was created. So startups have become a part of this RUTAC now. And the concept is, the RUTAC Center has to identify the technology which has to promote, which has to transfer those technology through Rural Smart Village Centers, RSVC. It's a new concept created by the Government of India, in which there is a good support from NABARD. So NARM also one of the RUTAC center. So I am the PA, I am the project in the 11 centers of the country. So NARM is the one of the center of it. Coming to this aspect of today, it's really important that startups are playing major role, as all of us know. But the sustainability is becoming a very important aspect of them. There is a large support from plenty of government organizations. From 2015 onwards, the Startup India concept has come to the effect. And first organization is the Department of Science and Technology, who has taken the responsibility to promote startups. Then there is a requirement came on the biotechnology. Then DBT came to the picture. Now last 5 years, NABARD has come to the picture to promote startups in the system. Now Ministry of Electronics has taken it. MSME has become a part of it. Niti Aayog has become a part of it. So plenty of organizations are there to give the back support to the startups, as all of you know that. And they are giving the funds in the form of grants in the initial stage. When you are in the early stage, when your idea to be prototype to converted, they are giving in the form of grant. It's a competitive grant. Doesn't mean that all startups will get it. There will be a competition. If your ideas are good to be prototype to converted, they are giving in the form of grant. It's a competitive grant. Doesn't mean that all startups will get it. There will be a competition. If your ideas are good, 30 lakhs. So there is a range of each organization, each funding organization having different type of methodology in the selection, and there is a funding support. So startups having a good scope, no doubt on that. When till they prototype, as per our experience with working with the 370 startups as on today, that at the initial stage they were able to come up very well. Even to the prototype, maybe the time duration may be vary from organization to person, how passionate you are, how much involvement you are, that takes time. If you really take a lot of interest in that, your prototype is very short or early to come within even 12 months. Agriculture startups are having real challenges. Compared to all fintech or in health tech, agri startups are really challenges, but still, if you are passionate to do, you are able to come out with the prototype. But that's not our thing. There, your success doesn't end with that. There is only a preliminary stage which we are at. So our experience starts with afterwards what is the next. When your prototype ready, how do you are going to accelerate? How do you are going to scaling up? There is a lack of organization who has to accelerate it. There are very limited organizations who are ready to help them to in the acceleration. Wherein we need support, sir, this forum, that's what ASSOCHAM is, or the FICCI, or any industrial organization, we always ask support from industrial support that, can you help them to support them in accelerating that in the form of providing their laboratory support, their CSR funding support, can you provide them by giving the investment so that that technology can come to their aspect. There are now, for example, in Microsoft, they are able to provide their CSR, they are able to provide their laboratory facilities to them. There are some AI industries are ready to give some space for the startups. So if industries are come forward to extend their support in the form of the funding, that will support us. The second aspect has been organized. If industries are ready to provide the challenges, if you are able to provide some challenges to them in the form of a hackathon, and the startups are ready to provide, you address your challenges. There are many challenges which has been industries are identified, and the startups are ready to provide the solution for it. So I request in this forum that if this recommendation comes, because we are doing now, MSME and many organizations are given a hackathon. It's an open hackathon. It's an open hackathon in on the national requirement, carbon sequestration, carbon recyclation, right? Waste to wealth. These are all in generic natures. But if we need that a specific requirement from the funding support, from the CSR support, or from the industrial support, there is a growth for the startup system. That is our observation. The third important aspect that which we always see that partnership is the most important of it. There are a large number of partners. Always we talk about public-private partnership. So there are n number of funding partnership. Be able to take the benefit of the government convergence of some of the schemes have to be taken. For example, today I'm here that I will have very important things to tell. On the AP last week I was there in Vijayawada and Vizag. Very much looking for food processing, particularly in the horticulture sector. There is a larger potential is there in the promotion of food processing area in the horticulture sector. But there are plenty of schemes are available. For example, one of the scheme called PMFEME, everybody knows that, when Pradhan Mantri formulation of micro food processing thing. There is a big target is there. But our startups are making, I myself, in our AIDA itself, we have 5 startups working on the food processing. Very limited area. There is no convergence happen to connect with the schemes of aspect. The scheme is able to provide agriculture infrastructure fund. Godown scheme they are able to provide. Even preparation of the DPR, there is a 50,000 which is being given by the government to prepare a DPR for you. Normally DPR is the one of the important aspect to get your funding support to get cleared from the bank. PFME is giving 50,000 for DPR preparation, which we are not aware of it. So now we have taken as from our AIDA system, we have taken for Andhra Pradesh, taken in a bigger projects that how do we accelerate FPOs to be in the food processing sectors. Very general acceleration is one of the aspects. So there are large number of startups also coming in the same pictures of that. So any startups who are doing on the food processing area, right, we can accelerate them by converging the scheme. There are, I can have brought some of the scheme called Pradhan Mantri Kishan Sampada scheme. There is a good scope from them. From NABARD we have here, NABARD AgriTech and food processing support. There is a separate project we have. Mega food parks. There is a cluster of the food parks. Presently we have only 42, but the target is a very big number. We have it. So there is a potential to promote our startups in the aspect. There are funding schemes. Now there is a requirements which I would like to tell that any incubation centers, including AIDA or any center, we have to bring in the form of convergence. We need not depend on only on the grant or need not depend on the investment which has come from venture capital or angel investor. Government itself, there are a number of schemes which is available. Even the Godown schemes are which is available to store your product for even perishable product. When your market comes higher rate, you can sell it. Now they have extended, Central Warehousing Organization also extended the CVC for even for FPOs. FPOs can keep their product in central warehousing till your market rates are very less, you need not sell, right? Even you can take the loan out of it. They are ready to provide the funding support to you if the farmer need, urgently there is a need, and you can keep it. As in a very less interest they are charging it. When the rate is higher, you can market it. So there are way we can accelerate, we can support. I am very happy that where there is a plenty of opportunities in the aspect. Similarly, there are a good number of organizations also can be supported. For example, in this process, there is an organization called Ninja Cart, private organization, which I am telling it. Way Cool, Dehat. There are these are the organizations, very renewable organizations, which are able to support the startups working on the supply chain. Today, there is a requirement is more required on the supply chain and value chain areas. There are good number of startups and innovation hubs which is able to work on that. And I am very much thankful. There is a requirement today, where is required particularly to this today's theme, which you are given on innovations, which is the topic, which is called, the topic which is given to me, it's called investment in the future of food, building a sustainable industry zone. The word is more important. Creating industry zone or industry park is not making thing. You have to make it a sustainability. So when I looked into that, we are looking for integrating of, it should integrate in the green infrastructure. We have to talk about when we are making an industrial zone, when we want to make it a sustainability, it should address the challenges in the country today. What is that? That industry zone, any water is coming, how to reuse that water? The industry zone, if any byproducts are coming in, how do you recycle it? So we have to work on the aspect of making the greenery aspect. Every product has to make it, then the industry zone will become a sustainable one. Otherwise, if they are making only one food product, leaving the byproduct which has not been unattended, it cannot be sustained. So we have to make it a geo-industrial park has to make it. So it will help us to address our aspect. And in agriculture, if I come to the agriculture, particularly the crops which consume water more, particularly paddy, today a lot of greenhouse emission is getting more. Around its record says that 18% is then on the greenhouse emissions. How do we control it? Is there any possibility to reduce the emission for it? That also will address for our food issues. And freshwater usage nowadays we are using for industrial purpose, which has to be reduced, which is very much, we have to find a way for it, how the freshwater can be used for drinking, and very important aspect, how do we recycle the water for your industry purpose? And today, the food industry, particularly food industry requiring, and the consumers, middle class consumer onwards, started looking for organic food. People have started traceability from where this product comes, right? And people are looking for the healthy food, and people are looking for alternative protein foods. I don't take non-veg, but I need protein. Which is the proteinous foods which I get it for it. See, these are all the expectation from the food aspect of the consumer. So our food industry has to, if they want to be sustainable, they have to look on that. Startups should work on those areas, what middle class requirement. With this, I will thank, any question comes, I will be able to answer for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Senthil Garu, for your valuable information. Now I'll switch over to Sri Uday Bhaskar Garu. Uday Bhaskar Garu, as you all know, he's an agriculture graduate, and then for most of the time he worked as chief general manager in Andhra Pradesh, I think. And then he went to NABARD headquarters, and then he came back as chief general manager. I think he's a very senior general managers of the NABARD. And when we reached him sometime, a couple of days back, he only mentioned, like, you people are doing so many seminars, conferences, and then you are not focusing on what exactly the states need. So what is the geology, geography of Telangana? What crops are being raised? What crops are not being raised? And then all that information he asked us. So what is that take home, after this conference? And he wanted us to give a paper, a pager on what is that going to happen. So with this introduction, I request Sri Uday Bhaskar Garu to give his keynote address, and two things, like how, the Telangana Circle of NABARD is helping, NABARD helping Telangana state farmers, And the second thing, the NABARD initiatives, Dr. Senthil has told certain things. So we'll hear from his own voice. Thank you, sir. Please. I think there is a presentation also for some.
Not required, sir.
Okay.
So good afternoon to all. Dr. Range garu, Pawan Kumar ji, Dr. Range garu, Pawan Kumar ji, Dr. Reddy garu, Senthil Aniyagam, Saha ji, and Vice Chancellor Rajireddy garu, us of the dais, and all the of the dais, and all the of the dais, and all the stakeholders. Once again, good afternoon to all. Congratulate ASSOCHAM for taking this initiative of organizing AgriBiz Connect 2025. I feel that this is the need of the hour at present, focusing particularly on the food and agro-processing sector. And I feel that the entire 2 days, you had a fruitful discussion, particularly on lot of technologies required, how to take forward for food and agro-processing industry, bringing all the leaders, stakeholders together. I feel that you have done a good job, and I congratulate ASSOCHAM once again for this taking this initiative. And I am happy to share that NABARD is one of the sponsors for conduct of this summit. And before I proceed, I thought let us some of the initiatives of government I would like to touch up. And before I proceed, I thought let us some of the initiatives of government I would like to touch. And what should be the new policy in touch with food and agro processing, this Ministry of Food Processing also. And they are also writing to DFS, Ministry of Finance, what type of policy changes are required to kickstart the food processing sector in the country. So first I will touch upon some of the major prominent schemes of government. You must have already discussed. I will just brush up one or two Government of India schemes. Then I will go to the what type of policy changes are required. Then what is required for NABARD, what particularly what NABARD is doing. Then with respect to Telangana also, what is required in terms of agriculture outlook, food processing, agro processing. So first such scheme I would like to touch upon is that you know that Government of India set up one food processing fund with NABARD. With total 2000 crores, mainly actually to provide direct loans to the affordable actually designated food parks are there. Even if somebody wants to set up food processing units in the designated food park, they can directly take loans under this fund. It is set up with NABARD. It is called as food processing fund. Here another thing is that the important feature of this fund is rate of interest is reasonably low. Actually affordable rate of interest we call it as. At present when we compare with the rate of interest, it is around less than 5% is the rate of interest available under food processing fund. So second thing is that you are aware that they must have discussed had a discussion also. Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana, we call it as PMKSY. It's again a ministry scheme, central sector scheme, particularly to promote agro-marine processing and with a focus on integrated value chain and value addition, and also creating additional infrastructure. This is the another important scheme. And third one, I think many of the some of the speakers have already touched upon. Important government scheme, particularly you know that most of food processing and agro processing, they are into unorganized sector, including Telangana here also. Here what to promote micro enterprises, setting up of micro food processing, PMFME scheme has been introduced. We call it as micro food processing enterprise scheme. PM formalization of micro food processing, and enterprise scheme, where a lot of subsidies are being extended. Around 35% subsidy is available under this scheme. And world's largest grain storage plan in cooperative sector, another scheme is being implemented through NABARD, particularly for the cooperative sector, where primary agriculture cooperative societies, they can establish a big grain storages at the PAX level, where NABARD is also giving concessional refinance to state cooperative bank for setting up of grain storages. This is the another scheme is being implemented. And Agri-Infrastructure Fund, I think our person is also here, Agri-Infrastructure. Here another important scheme of government to promote agri-infrastructure, including value addition. Here this scheme, a lot of projects are being funded, and the main important feature of this agri-infrastructure fund is, if banks support for infrastructure, any post-harvest infrastructure, value addition, the banks have to restrict their lending maximum 9% if they charge, then the government of India under this scheme gives 3% interest subvention. That means effective rate for the borrower or enterpriser is only 6%. So this is very important scheme, and through our NABARD consultancy service, one AFI, Agri-Infrastructure Fund, PMU has been set up here, and PMU at NABARD level, we have consultancy, our NABARD subsidiary, they are sitting here. He is the in charge of project monitoring unit, exclusively looking after Agri-Infrastructure Fund, not only helping them to submit the proposal, he will also ensure that the interest subvention will reach to the ultimate borrower or the enterprise. So that is the importance of this scheme. And another important feature of this scheme is not only for interest subvention, 3% interest subvention, credit guarantee is also available up to 2 crores. If any investment at the ground level, so they will get that entire thing, whatever up to 2 crores. Credit guarantee is also being covered under this Agri-Infrastructure Fund. There are other schemes are there on agri-marketing infrastructure. There the both grain storage and non-grain storage scheme that has been halted recently. But last 10 years, the scheme was under implementation, and it has helped us in creating lot of storage structure, particularly post-harvest infrastructure. It has helped a lot. So what are the policy changes? And there is another thing for animal husbandry sector called as Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund, AHIDF. Here also credit guarantee is available, and concessional finance is also, here also interest subvention benefit is to the extent of 3% is available for the companies or the individuals, entrepreneurs who will be taking up various activities, particularly infrastructure, value addition, other market infrastructure related to animal husbandry sector. And one or two policy changes I would like to touch upon. Now you know that now at present food and agro processing is considered under priority sector lending, but it is at present it is being part of agriculture. You know that there are agriculture 18% under priority sector lending, but there is no distinct category. You know, like small and marginal farmer, there is a certain distinct category is there. So MSME, they have to achieve this percent of this one. There are sub targets under priority sector lending. Whereas food and agro processing, even though it is being covered under priority sector lending, it is being booked under agriculture sector only. There is no distinct category. That means that the way we are encouraging for MSME, so we feel that even Government of India feels that, even the Ministry of Food Processing, they have written to Ministry of Finance, to the DFS, a copy has been marked to NABARD also, to examine whether this recommendation is holds good. Then we also return back to the DFS also, this is a good idea. Like we have small and marginal target, SC/ST weaker section, there should be a sub target for the exclusively for the food processing sector. This definitely will kickstart and take forward this food processing sector. And there is another thing is that within that PSL, if you priority sector lending, for food and agro processing, there is a limit of 100 crores per borrower. So this is another limitation. So we feel that it has to be, once we want to take food processing to the next level, this needs to be enhanced to 500 crores. And third suggestion which has come again from the ministry also, even NABARD also feels that, so there should be affordable or concessional rate of interest to be given to the food processing sector, people who are entrepreneurs, who are involved companies, who are involved in the food processing. So there should be a concessional, particularly refinance, like we give crop loans at 7%, particularly by way of Kisan credit card. So such type of, I am not telling that same to be extended, but some concessional rate of interest to be given, particularly to encourage the food processing sector. So these are some of the policy suggestions, what I feel that, and NABARD is also in touch with Government of India and Department of Financial Services, the Ministry of Finance, and they are also examining. So definitely in future, these things are going to materialize into the reality. And one or two NABARD initiative I will touch upon. Our Senthilji has already touched upon. The NABARD also supports, extend for nurturing of startup. We have two rural business incubation centers in Hyderabad. One we call it as AIDEA, where our Senthilji is the CEO for that. And we have a Ag Hub, which has been set up in Agriculture University, PJTEU. So this is the only place where two rural business incubation centers set up by NABARD. And each one, AIDEA as well as Ag Hub, they have nurtured around more than 125 startups. But again, he has told that the startups, particularly in food and agro, a lot of startups are there in the millet processing, food and agro processing. But the number, when you compare with the number of startups we have supported, the number is very less, particularly with regards to the food and agro processing sector. That is one initiative we have done. And another thing is that here a good number of Telangana, around 385 FPOs have been supported by NABARD alone. In addition to that, agriculture, particularly SERP is also promoting farm producer organization. Horticulture department is also supporting FPOs. And you know the 10,000 FPO scheme of Government of India. Here put together, NABARD along with central, we have around 360, 370 set up by owned by NABARD in Telangana. But across the India, around 6,000 FPOs are there in the NABARD fold. So including central sector FPOs, around 385 plus FPOs are there in Telangana. And if I look into that FPOs, what type of activities are being taken up, most of the FPOs, they are into the input business, mostly into the seed business, fertilizer business. But we want to take them, because it took 3-4 years for nurturing them. Now we want to graduate them into the sustainability mode, more into the value addition, focusing on particularly primary processing, value addition, branding also. And we have taken the support of AIDEA. We have identified certain good 15 good FPOs, and we called it as Agri-Gativardan program. That initiative has been taken up with the support of AIDEA by NABARD, where 15 such good FPOs who are into output marketing, and we want to take them to the next level. The turnover may be 1 crore, 2 crores. We want to see that their turnover should go to the 4 crores or 5 crores, 3 times or more, 4 times like that. So a lot of value addition is the main focus. We are arranging interface with the industry also. A lot of activities being taken up under this Gativardan program, and Senthilji is supporting for this program, and lot of millet processing. There are so many other activities being supported under this Agri Gativardan program. And here the entire FPOs, recently we have started one separate novel idea. We have identified the best FPOs, and these best FPOs, because there is a separate component called as a business development assistant. And these FPOs we want to value addition is the focused area. We started one Agri-Elevate, means adding value to the produce. So who are actually into horticulture, who are into different particularly animal husbandry, fisheries, the value addition, who are into the milk dairy FPOs. So we want to focus on the value addition part. And apart from that, NABARD is involved in skilling. Particularly we train self-help groups in Telangana, particularly for we call it as micro entrepreneur development program, and focusing mainly on again food and agro processing sector. And I think one or two subsidies I would like to touch upon. He has told that we have a separate along with NABARD, which is a developmental financial institution, and exclusively for you must have seen that FPO financing, particularly financing is an important thing, where banks are not coming forward to the greater extent. We have a separate subsidiary called as NAB Kisan, where the lot of focus, entire FPO financing across the India is being done by our NAB Kisan. We have another subsidiary called the NAB Venture. Again there, whoever interested to startups are there, if they want to take up to the next level, take up some business activity. Even we have CCF, catalytic fund is there, that through whatever that AID and AG Hub, we are helping him sanction of certain grant assistance for taking up of activities, taking them to the next level. So I would like to touch upon Telangana. You know that we are number one first in paddy production, and paddy cultivation area rose by 230% in the last 10 years, which needs crop diversification. That should be the focus. And oil palm area is expanded 20 times in the last decade. You know, state government is also, even NABARD also supported for oil palm expansion in Telangana. Here just I would like to touch upon this food processing sector in Telangana, then I will conclude. And you know that the processing level, if you compare with all India, more or less Telangana is also on the same platform. The processing level of particularly fruits is around 4% and vegetables is around 3%. Processing level of paddy is shown higher. It is mainly because of paddy, converting paddy into rice, because of milling activity. Otherwise as such, that value addition in paddy rice is not happening. Whatever food, what we have discussed morning, afternoon session by Kumarji and other thing. So those actual value addition in paddy or rice is not taking place in Telangana. And issues related to inadequate infrastructure, all which are related to more or less. And the state process 25% of agri and allied output by value and adds 12.5% of value. Animal husbandry, if you come here, again we are first in terms of per capita availability of meat. Even per capita availability of egg and meat, we are 4 times higher than the all India average, which shows that lot of scope is there both for production, productivity as well as value addition. Fishery sector again, fisheries Telangana 4th in terms of inland fisheries, Telangana comes 4th. But if you look into the production, we are somewhere in the 9th. So a lot of focus should be given particularly for the fisheries sector. Already under Government of India scheme, 3 model clusters have been identified particularly to promote value addition and other things in the fisheries sector. Of India scheme, 3 model clusters have been identified particularly to promote value addition and other things in the fisheries sector. And universities coming out with separate strategy plan how to take up horticulture sector. Here coming down particularly because paddy has gone up like any. Simultaneously area under horticulture is 6% of the area. So the gross value added output to the state GDP if you look in, it contributes the gross value added output to the state GDP if you look in, it contributes a GVA. And what I would like Needs diversification from paddy. Within paddy, lot of value addition is required, and lot of incentives are to be given to encourage to go for horticulture, animal husbandry, fisheries, and we have a vibrant and deep government here. Telangana has come out with a lot of new policies. MSME separate policies there, clean and green energy policy 2025. So strong research and development network is available, and startup ecosystem for technology, new technologies in the agri as well as food and agro processing sector. And horticulture is totally neglected. Needs diversification. Government should focus on horticulture so that value addition also can be focused. Needs diversification. Government should focus on horticulture so that value addition also can be focused. That the state here, even though we are talking that we are #1 in paddy, we are still importing fruits, vegetables, milk, and also fishery products. This is the nutshell of Telangana picture, and with the support of state government, and we are also with the help of Horticulture University, we want to take forward and push this horticulture sector and also other sector, and so that the entire the value addition part and we can enhance sector in Telangana. So thank you very much. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Sri Uday Bhaskar Garu, for your detailed narration of NABARD and your perspective on Telangana's processing. With this, sir, we call it over, and then I request Mr. Dinesh to give vote of thanks.
From your speech, actually, I did not understand one concept what you told. You said agri-startups should not depend on grants and aids, and conversion is more important.
Yeah.
So what exactly conversion means and how to do it? What is the concept behind?
Yeah, very nice, excellent. There are many schemes are there. Convergence in the sense, there are the incubation centers we are well aware of. Many of the supporting systems are there. Many schemes are there. Convergence in the sense, there are the incubation centers we are well aware of. Many of the supporting systems are there. People in an incubation center for the prototype development, or I want to convert this to the scale of some of the activities needed. Then there is it's called grant. So when they need money, it is not need not be returnable. When the scheme will be announced, nobody knows. Grant is not available for 65 days. So you need not stop your activity just to wait for the grant. But there are government schemes, plenty of schemes are available. For example, now our CGM sir himself has mentioned, no, that for example, which I told the Prime Minister, Sambat Yojana, there are many schemes are there, which I have related to. Micro food enterprise itself, there are schemes are there. And those schemes, we can connect to them. In the scheme, there are funding systems are available, which is very reasonable. See, people have to, once you are entering into the small business, you should also able to take little risk on that. Risk in the form of interest. There is a lot of, 5% interest they are getting it. You please note, one project you please approach from the NAP Kisan, what sir has mentioned. NAP Kisan is supporting not only for FPOs, they are supporting startups also. People are understanding that NAP Kisan means it's for the farmers. They have a provision to support startups also. So that's what I would like to say, that convergence in the sense we can connect the people with the different schemes available. That will help you.
Say if you are there in that food processing sector, for example, okay, connecting to the startup, we have separate grant agencies there. If somebody wants to set up an enterprise, they can approach the bank so that they will get concessional refinance, not concessional interest subvention benefit. So if they want to set up a unit on their own, startups are also eligible under the scheme. So they get take interest subvention. So they can approach there they get some catalytic fund for taking the activities further. If they want to set up an enterprise, agri infrastructure is there, some benefits are given. If it is some micro and food processing, again there is a separate scheme called PMFME, so they can avail some subsidy and other eligible component like that. Na? So they should not restrict that, okay, I need 20 lakhs in, okay, but there are so many connect points are there, different government of India schemes are there, it may be state government scheme. So let that the person, the startup person, aware of all these things, try to get benefit out of all these programs to be converged. So that is the main.
I'm Ashok Kumar, again answering on behalf of Sendil sir. We are Trisama Vacura Agri Engineering and Food Private Limited. We were incubator of AI idea. Initially we went with an idea of building a vacuum fryer. Say air fryer, everyone knows, vacuum fryer we started doing it, batch scale. Initially we went with an idea of building a vacuum fryer. Say air fryer, everyone knows, vacuum fryer we started doing it, batch scale. With Nidhi Prayas DST, we got 10 lakhs grant, and then successfully completion of the grant, Nidhi Prayas grant. Again, AI idea, they did convergence again. They made us to apply to DBT Bairak Big. So once we applied to Bairak Big, again we got 50 lakh grant, and we built in as of our knowledge. The claims whenever we are making, we have to be very careful. As of our knowledge, we are the first India's continuous vacuum frying machine developer. Okay. This is all happened because of support of AI idea. That's what ma'am what they do. Okay.
To drone companies through our AI idea, Rural Business Incubation Center. So after that, now we have connected to the FPOs there, used by farmers. So we have connected that startup, and also we have connected bank, because each cost na drone will be 8 to 10 lakhs cost. So farmer, individual farmer cannot afford. So because they always look for some group, then we thought that na FPO where members na up to 600,000 members are there, and we have also what is required is that they need training on the drone. So we have connected to NIPHM, National Institute of Plant Health Management, and certificate was given to the one of the FPO leaders. Then once the certificate is given, so we have connected to the banks, because we have done a pilot in different 25 locations. With each drone, 25 drones have been procured by the FPOs, because we have done a pilot in different 25 locations. With each drone, 25 drones have been procured by the FPOs. Cooperative Bank here, TG Cap, and other commercial banks also, including Telangana Gramina Bank, all were linked. They have extended credit to this one. Entire other operations, entire help, that this Marut drone, 2 companies are there. So both have supported actually in supply of drone, and post service, whatever requirements are there, giving training. So these type of initiatives, some of the initiatives we have done exclusively for the startups.
For example, you have completed training of drone. There is a scheme called Drone DD. That's a government scheme. That's what convergence is doing. So suppose you got the certificate, you want to start, you want to get a license, you can apply to the drone industry. So this is what we have to connect it. Because many of them are not aware of any of the scheme available. State government itself, there are a lot of numbers of them. So we have to connect.
Anything? So you should always remain connected to one of the organizations wherein they keep fresh themselves, so that the information is passed on to the entrepreneurs, startups, enthusiasts. So you can immediately connect to that. Thank you very much, and then over to Dinesh.
Thank you, sir. So firstly, we wanted to extend, sir, really from morning we had a power-packed sessions. The presence of the delegates and overall all went on very well with your presence. It added more value to the presence of the program, sir. Also, we extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Range Garu for initiating this, planning the session, helping us with the speakers and participation, and overall the guidance went on very excited, and we were very happy to take it ahead. And we also extend my sincere thanks to Raj Reddy Garu, sir, with the participation of the Horticulture University, the program went on more added value, sir. And also I extend my sincere thanks to all the speakers, delegates, participants, and the program went on more added value, sir. And also I extend my sincere thanks to all the speakers, delegates, participants, and sincere thanks to the sponsors, SBI, NABARD. Yes, sir, for your present eco-friendly and environmental friendly, sir. And also thanks to Senthil sir, we are working very. And also thanks to Senthil sir, we are working with association kind of a thing. Sir, you are always a guidance and mentor to us, sir. Please. Thanks to Subhajit, our mentor, guidance, and all. It's our member kind of a company, Resolute. Thanks to Pawan from the Best Engineering. We'll have a group photo. We request Rajedi sir to please join with us, sir, for the group photo, sir, please. Thank you all. We'll stay connected, and ASSOCHAM is always reachable to anyone. So we look forward for your participation and continued support. Thank you.